Hello, Ben.
Shalom, Chezi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Just lower the AC. Hello, sir.
How's it been going?
Thank God. It's a little, just talking to my wife about how it seems like for the last 8 months, 9 months, it's just sort of like life is sort of in pause or like sort of in slow motion. Every day is like a little more stretched out.
Mm-hmm.
And every day there's like a new situation and a new issue. So it sort of feels that way. Today was like a day that I was very aware on Sunday. If people don't know, rockets were shot. Well, rockets are being shot every day, but rockets were shot further in. I mean, up north, but closer towards the center of Israel. It actually fell right where I was staying on the day before on Sabbath, like in that area near Tiberias.
Mm-hmm.
And my sister's up there with her new twins and the family, so they're all in like a safe room. So it's and every day we continue, and we're still joking around on the family WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
Today I had a coffee. I met clients. Like life continues, but nevertheless, it still feels like there's this sluggishness. At least I feel like this sluggishness where I can't like fully be immersed in something because I feel like a part of me is being constantly like yanked into like this ridiculous reality we're living into. People should also realize, you might be aware of this, but the courts in Israel for the last 9 months, it was being kept quiet, but now it sort of came up in the news where there were 3 Israeli individuals, civilians, that were detained and then also arrested for a while, now released to house arrest for murdering terrorists. I know that sounds like crazy, but that's what they were. That's where they were being accused of. And the only reason the army knows about this is because these civilians, heroes, that realized that the army wasn't responding, went to go protect civilians, saved soldiers and policemen.
Mm-hmm.
Once there were wounded policemen there, they used their guns to stop the terrorist and kill the terrorist. And then they gave those guns back to the police and their information, told them what happened, and also brought the cops back. Yet somehow this information was turned on its head. So if people are worried, if Israel's like, are we looking at ourselves? The answer is yes, and it's sometimes to an absurd degree. So these are things that sort of make you wonder, like, where's the orientation over here, right? Like, we still have a war going on in the front. How is there time to be coming after people like this? So on that end, it's quite depressing.
There's something exhausting about it, and also, I mean, the fact that it's been
a good word,
stretched out for so long. It's it feels like there are elements that are like, I think you said it, like things are put on hold. Like you can't really make plans for certain things, or even at least in your mind, because of all this stuff.
Right. You never fully commit. And I feel like that also seeps in. If you could say like the corona period sort of changed friendships and relationships and circles people had, because it sort of forced you to really focus on the closest, on the dearest. And, it sort of changed the dynamic. Having like the concept idea of like, I was up north just to illustrate this, I was up north for the weekend, and the safe room is in my in-laws' walk-in closet. We converted the safe room into a walk-in closet because usually it's not really an issue. Now, over the weekend, I had my two of my brother, my sister, and another sister, and all their kids. So there was like 30 more, actually. There's a lot of us all together in this house.
Yeah.
And we did have to make a plan if we need to run into the safe room. How is that going to work? The safe room, like kids are sitting on shelves and like I would move the clothing here and it would like, so that's like a weird thing to sort of play out. And then when you're, we're in the pool hanging out, we're also sort of thinking like, remember, if you hear the alarm, don't run because you don't want to slip. It's just like, it's like a weird conversation to be having with a child. It's a strange dynamic. This is not at all to belittle from the pain and suffering that, of course, innocent Gazans are going through. Obviously, it's horrendous. And that's why I hope, obviously, we have some sort of logical, worthwhile agreement that could happen. If it can happen, we'll see. So on that end, things are, obviously very tense. But personally, as far as like family, thank God.
Yeah.
Everyone's doing well. Kids are enjoying the summer. Business is going well. Fun projects in the pipeline. So on that end, things are going well.
Nice.
How about you? All right?
Yeah, all good. Busy, but good. Gonna go to California later this week to visit my wife's family.
Are you going to see Jacob?
I'm not going to see Jacob. I'm gonna be in the Bay Area, which is further away, and I don't really have time. I thought about it, but I don't really have time to drop into LA. But another time, for sure.
I see someone over here, by the way, is asking for a link. I think I put in the link, but I don't know if Panda Bro. I don't know who Panda Bro is, but if you want to join, just have a camera on and keep it chill. All right.
So what do we got? We got so we're gonna finish today.
Wait, didn't we do 10?
We did.
Okay. Yeah. So we should have one more or two more.
We have one more.
And Rav Hanania ben Akashia. I people say this at the end of every parak. We haven't been saying it, so I guess we'll go over it now as well.
Right, and since we can start the next one by, I imagine, doing the first thing, right?
What do you mean by doing the first? Exactly.
And that will connect.
All ties in. What? Right. How did that happen? It's almost as if the rabbi thought about it. Right, exactly. Obviously, it's very beautiful. It's very poetic.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad that after this, we're going to do Perek Chelek, because the Shmonim Prakim really should have been the move that we did like before this and then do this.
Right.
Because he sort of lays like the sort of the background to what, like, what these ethics are, and then like we dive into it. And obviously the Rambam was woven into a lot of this conversation as we were going over it. Hello, Kirk. I hope all is well.
Hello, I'm Panda Bro.
You are Panda Bro. Okay, I got you.
Makes sense in a way.
Hebrew Nazarite, thank you so much. We appreciate the love. All right.
What chapter is this again?
I'm sorry?
Which chapter in the Mishnah is this?
We are in the last chapter of Pirkei Avot, of chapter 6, subchapter 11, section 11, Mishnah 11. And what did we finish on last week?
We finished with the 5 acquisitions.
Right, the 5 acquisitions, Nachon, Abraham, the temple, the whole shebang. And if I recall correctly, you mentioned, we spoke about how the temple is also extremely important, and how, but even if the structure itself is important, you mentioned the famous verse of the Banuli Migdash Mishkan V'Shachanti Betocham, right? That they built a temple, and I dwelled amongst them. And we spoke about how there's the sages picked up on that curious, seemingly contradiction, right? Build like a temple
between transcendence and immanence.
Singular. I'm sorry?
You mean like the contradiction between transcendence and immanence?
No, the contradiction between the fact that he says, build me a temple, which
Singular.
is singular, and I will dwell amongst them. But them is plural. And we say the reason is because God is dwelling amongst us. All of our souls, if oriented properly, are all those temples for God. Right. So yes, there's this idea of like a physical structure because we're physical beings that need to congregate together. But ultimately, we ourselves we ourselves hold this vessel. We are the temple, and as the Zohar says, Kadosh Baruch Hu, Knesset Yisrael, Chadhem, the Torah Chadhem. Right, they're all one ultimately, and you could see how someone confusing that could start getting to understandings of like man and a God. But we try to keep these things more abstract. Okay. Let's get cracking. Ben, you want to read, and then Kirk, you will read in English.
Okay.
So Ben, take it away.
So, כל מה שברא הקדוש ברוך הוא בעולמו, לא בראו אלא לכבודו, שנאמר, כל הנקרא בשמי ולכבודי, בראתיו יצרתיו, אף עשיתיו, ואומר, השם ימלוך לעולם ועד.
Everything that God created in his world as he did not create but for his glory. As is stated, Isaiah 43:7. All that is called by my name and for my glory. I created it, formed it, also I made it. And it says, Exodus 15:1, God shall reign forever and ever.
Right. So we're just getting like, boom, intense, verses over here, and then lines over here. And this is really how we're ending our the last one's going to be our ending, but this is sort of where we're wrapping up. And we're going to go through, I guess, this, in classic form, inside these few verses, there's a plethora of ideas that the Mishnah is trying to tell us, right? So, Kol ma shebara kadosh baruch hu ba'olamo, right? Obviously, first off, he is the creator, right? The universe didn't create itself out of nothing. One could go on YouTube to look at a tremendous amount of arguments and conversations about this, what this means, and the different theories and inflation theory. But what we believe, and for all intents and purposes in the stream, what we believe here is that
God created everything.
The master of the universe, the rock of ages, has created everything. And I'm sorry?
Yes. Like the idea, is there's only one source ultimately that will never end or can never end.
Exactly. And this knowledge, right, this really, this sort of necessitates the conclusion that there's a purpose to the world, because doesn't really make sense to create something without any purpose, right? And of course, only God himself could then tell us what this purpose is. And he is telling us, right, which is, I created it, I formed it, I also made it, right? All this he did. The purpose is the revelation of his glory on the world, right? Lechvodo, right? So this is what and this is what the reason is behind everything. But obviously, when you ask, how is this purpose implemented, right? How do we actually implement this practice on the ground? Now, I guess to talk about this, we mentioned this in the past, but this is of course relevant here as well. There's creation is divided into 4 different levels. There's a few other levels, some say 5, but this is sort of in the book of Kuzar. You could see this, which would be, let's say, the inanimate plant, animal, and human, right? And each group over here is really striving to rise and advance towards the next level, right? So the inanimate is like the lowest level, and it elevates into plant, right? Which the plants nourish from the inanimate, right? From the soil, from the water, obviously like photosynthesis, light coming in. So it's really giving its essence to the plant. And that's how the inanimate, right? Just like the water, the sunlight, it gains life through this other plant, right? So that you could see it phase shifting. Then the plant, it moves into, by the way, this is not, we're loosely playing with science right now. I'm not talking about evolution right now. We're talking about this from spiritual perspectives as well. The plant, okay, he also moves on to the animal level. How? So the animals, of course, are eating, right? They're eating the plants, and they're breathing the air, and they're drinking the water, and they're eating other animals. So this is how the inanimate and the plant ultimately become part of the animal. And this is like, so they're now being elevated to like another level of importance, right? Sort of like a classic circle of life move. And then there's man, right? Which obviously nourishes from all of these, right? We're drinking water and we're eating the fruits and the vegetables and we need the air, but I could also eat milk and fish and meat. I could do all these things. So this is like me raising to like another level, and all these things are part of me ultimately. But then we have to ask, does this process, right, of like infusing life and all these things, right, does it just stop with man, right? So like now God's glory, we started with, we're seeing all these elements find their purpose. Is it culminating in man, right? Is this the end all be all, right? And we say like man is Nezer Abriah, the crown of creation. The Nezer is like a Nazir, but also sort of has to mean like crowning, right? So we too have to continue this process, right? It doesn't mean like we get to Homo erectus to Homo sapiens and then like, okay, we're done. The question is, we need to now take it to the next level, right? We want to be a part of God above. We want to get to this next level. And there's a term, I think I could be wrong about this, but I think I'm right. And you could fact check me while I'm saying this, Ben, but something called potential difference. And in a potential difference, if you want to be able to phase shift, there's always requires a potential difference because if the difference is zero, the electric current stops flowing basically. There's nothing there. So there's always has to be something that sort of like pushing it to the next level. So in our context, Israel and are that person, right? So if all these levels could phase shift, right? So the inanimate becomes the plant, which becomes the animal, which becomes the man, which becomes Israel, right? So like what happens in when the Messiah comes? We all continue to move up. So this goes back to I've mentioned once in the past how there's versions like we stop eating food. We stop eating meat because we become vegetarian because the animal now is speaking. The animal has gained a level, but that means man has gained a level. And with regards to, let's say, the Gentiles and Jews or the Israelites, right? So we are a priestly class, but then everyone else becomes a priestly class. So we continue to phase shift, constantly moving higher and higher and higher, all of us together. We are just the point of orientation, right? There's that potential difference that's needed to be able to make these things keep on moving forward, right? So it's not that it's better. It's more from like a technical term. It's required for there to be a potential difference. In our case, as we believe, it is Israel. So before I continue going on with, let's say, what's distinguishing man, some thoughts, because that was a lot that I just dumped out there and I'm thinking about it myself right now.
Well, so after, so if the Jews are now a priestly nation, what happens after the rest become priestly nation? What did the Jews become after that?
You're right. I mean, what do we become?
I mean, what higher level is there above priest?
I mean, it's first of all, there's the righteous in Israel, right? The leaders, they're the priestly class, and then there's there's the priest. But then you would hope, and we hope that as we all learn more, as we all orient ourselves more, all of us could then be considered priests. And if all of us are considered priests right now, then the people that are more righteous than us are at a new level. What is that level called? I can't tell you. That level is called getting closer and closer to unification with God, ultimately. It's closer and closer as we move higher and higher and closer towards sitting and basking in the radiance of God's Shekhinah. Again, I'm using that term because we don't know. We don't know what that means. And as far as what Rihalman talks about, we hit this level of prophecy, and then again, it moves on.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just real quick before, oh,
You can keep on talking, just pointing stuff out.
I was going to ask just before we move on to the next chapter of Mishnah, could we just recite a quick prayer? Would that be okay?
Go ahead.
We're
Our
not
Lord,
done yet, but we can yeah.
Yeah, we're not done with this Mishnah. I'm just saying, like, I just stopped
know.
in that. I just stopped in the portion. We're continuing with the Mishnah.
Okay. God, Lord of lords in heaven, may this coming era bring peace to all peoples. May we be prompted to teshuva and repentance for all of our misdeeds, and may we grow spiritually, not just as individuals but collectively. And may sinat chanim, may baseless hatred be banished from the world, and let us say Amen.
Amen. Thank you for saying that, thinking of us, and Really beautiful blessing. Okay, so moving back down to, we spoke about these levels, and we're going back
So I just wanted to mention,
sure.
because it kind of reminds me. I can also speak about the levels, but just to from the book, to just mention it briefly, because it's a whole rabbit hole in itself. But of how you were speaking about it in terms of a reciprocal relationship between the levels, right? And the phase shifting kind of reminds me of the parasha that we just had, the Korach, where there is a demand in some way. You can say that there is a demand to let go or to remove the levels, right? So that there is no priestly or Israelite. And it's interesting why that is, at the end of the day, was something that was rebuked so forcefully by Moses and God, right? Something that we can give a steel man to an extent, in terms of like having everybody participate directly with God and have that kind of relationship. But there was something there in the offer or in the statement that was wrong, and it was something about this reciprocal relationship between different levels or different modes of um, behavior. So that kind of reminds me, and somehow I won't be able to articulate, but I'll just throw it there. But it's somehow, this is also related to this idea of having a Ezer Kenegdo. Verveke talks about in terms of, I forgot the term,
Opponent processing.
opponent processing between the different levels. Which
Right. So I'm saying there's idea that it's reciprocal, and there's an idea that also, like, the importance of a hierarchy, as long as the hierarchy is not being corrupted, right? Because
Sure.
then it can be reciprocal. Just first of all, what's your timing like today?
My timing is 55.
55 minutes. I was gonna go on like a little tangent on Korach, but we won't. We won't go there. But I mean, if you want to, I spoke about it last week. I did a little video on Korach on why.
Was Korach this what last week's Torah portion?
Yeah. So if you go on my page, you'll see on my YouTube, you'll see I did a video about what was bothering. I mean, what Korach got wrong and what he got right, basically, because there's a time and place, as we read in Pirkei Avot, which I mentioned over there. Like every man has his place, and every moment has its place, right? So there was a time and place for what Korach was offering. The question is when and how that something like that is done, because as Rashi says, he was so wise. How does he not realize that flattening everything is a problem, right? You must have some sort of hierarchy, because this reciprocal dance we're talking about is needed, going back all the way to the Ezer Kenegdo. However, well, you'll see if you want to.
I would give an anecdote on that, but I don't want to press Ben if he doesn't want to.
Let's move forward. If we see we have time in the end, we'll anecdote away.
Okay. Yeah, if there's time, there's time.
Okay, so we just spoke about the levels. Okay, so we still need to ask, what is distinguishing man, though? Like, how is he different ultimately? Like, I mean, we skipped ahead by saying, like, we're Israel. We've had these conversations many times, but as far as the context of the mission that we're talking about, and God made all these levels, so why is he better, right? Obviously, like, cheetahs are faster, dinosaurs are stronger, right? So, like, man as far as like a creature on earth, what's so special about him? And of course, what's special about him ever since Eden is our knowledge of discernment, right? The way we can look at good and wrong. We have our good and evil. We have the freedom, so to speak. I understand it's a loaded term, but for all intents and purposes, we have the freedom to choose between two of these things. We could, and this purpose, that power allows us to realize the purpose of the world, right? And I could choose good and to fulfill my divine role, and I could elevate the world towards its proper purpose, what we call tikkun olam, in its proper way. Or, of course, I could use those powers for the world's detriment ultimately. And this is hinted in the name Adam, right? Adam, Adama, right? So this has to do with the earth, which would mean that man could be purely materialistic and really just turning his physical body into nothing more than just like a physical thing that's uh, this game we called evolution on Earth. Uh, or we could look at I'm forgetting the verse right now, but Edameh le'elyon, which is like I will. It's from Isaiah. I will resemble or I will match God ultimately, but the word is resemble and match would be Adameh. So we could be just Adam, like the ground, and be materialistic, or we could be Adameh le'elyon. We could try to match or portray God, right? And then really be portray God's image, and like he says, like in our image, in our likeness, right? That he made us. So that is really what we're trying to achieve, and that's why man is very special in that way.
Yeah.
And of course, yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Kirk.
What I was going to say is I was hearing a video. It was from Chabad, and it was saying the Lubavitcher Rebbe, he was asked about aliens, and basically what he said is there might be aliens, right? We can't limit God's credibility. He said aliens can't have free will because they don't have a neshama blown into them. So even if at this very advanced level civilizationally, at the end of the day spiritually, because the Bible does not say that they have a soul blown into them, they can't have the sort of free will that man can have.
I hear what you're saying.
I might be
One could
misrepresenting,
argue.
but
I mean,
that's a
we don't
general
know
idea
if
I heard.
we don't know if they have souls. We don't know if they have their own relationship with Hashem. We don't know if the Torah is relevant. I mean, this would sound controversial and completely out of my. I mean, don't quote me on this just because I'm not an authority on this. But if you believe, let's say, in a multiverse, right, it could be that the Torah is relevant in our universe and not relevant in other universes, right? So there's things you could control for that would still, God gave us a very sophisticated Torah and made it a very sophisticated world. And I choose to believe that even if aliens came and had souls, that still doesn't shake my belief in God. Rather, it only strengthens it and makes me feel even more impressed and allows me to see even more of his glory.
I see. So, do you know if I was misrepresenting that view of the Lubavitcher Rebbe? That I did hear
No,
that.
no. That's fine. But I'm saying that view is still looking at us as the center. And all I'm saying is like that could be the center of, let's say, the center of what humans could know about. Because that would still be enough because we're only playing a human game.
Yeah,
Right. So as
I
we
mean,
say, Torah nichtava b'lshon ben Adam. So like at some level, if we suddenly find free will particles, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. No, because there's no way of explaining free will particles to Israelites in the desert at that time.
yeah, you might be right. It's just I don't know. That was just what I heard, but I'm not definitely not a Torah scholar. Do you know any other sources that talk about Judaism and its view on aliens?
And his view on aliens, like old school sources, no. You have references towards like the golem, but I mean, you could be looking at AI if you want to be that kind of idea. They sort of talk about chimpanzees as like some other thing, but not aliens. Again, you could decide to look at angels and look at demons and try to work your way off of that. But again, that's we don't know what those terms even mean, and they're in our text. So understanding like what an alien means. Again, you could look at. There are many different levels of interpretation, right? Is Moses traveling through time when he goes to see Rabbi Akiva? Is Ezekiel's chariot really some sort of spaceship? Is the Sea of Reeds splitting because the Ark has like some sort of frequency powers? Like you could look at these at multiple levels of interpretation. The glasses I have on are Hashem, the Tetragrammaton, my Torah, and that is the tradition that man has for the last, for the last like 3,000 years, and obviously if you're going back to Adam, even longer. So like that is the game I'm playing. Do I think that? And by the way, you could see this when you have the epic stories of Gilgamesh, and then you have the stories of the flood. In a sense, Moses is retelling the story, but in the narrative that is seemingly theologically relevant now. So Are there other stories out there in the universe that could map onto this, but this is the way it's explained to us? Possibly. But our job is like we're seeing over here. We have a relationship with the master of the universe, and he gave us our Torah, his Torah to learn. That is the responsibility, and that is what we're trying to do. We believe, of course, that as we learn this Torah, and the fact that we're having this discussion right now about the concept of aliens, I hope that means the Torah has given us a robust toolkit to deal with these problems when they emerge.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
Lo bar'o ela lichvodo. Right? He did not create him only for his glory. So before I move on more than that, young God sent an alien because we were talking about aliens. And I'd say when it comes to hierarchy, the stronger need to carry the weaker up the top. In society, the stronger strive to be in the top, which makes the structure unstable, which is why our Bible hammers nonstop. I mean, one thing it talks about a lot is the land in Israel and the land of Israel, right? The other thing it talks about all the time is the foreigner living amongst you, the orphan, the widow, and also lumps in the Levite many times. But the point is those first three is, like you're saying right now, are the weaker. And that is the focus. And that's why even the fringes we have, the dreadlocks, you could see on the sides of our faces, that is to remind us of the fringe in society and how we always must think about them. Unfortunately, I would say that that's not always embodied, even in our community. But in many communities, it is. And we should all try to do our best we can and strive to actually live that embodied life. Okay.
Yeah, there's chesed and the emphasis on chesed, on acts of kindness and charity. I would also highly recommend what we're going through right now in the Tanya, talking about charity and talking about also the spiritual undergirdings of what that means and how that is something that is builds the worlds or creates the worlds. Olam chesed yibaneh, right? So that's very interesting and ties very well into this question as well.
Very much like that movie, a famous movie, Pay It Forward, which really at the time was very cool. But yes, that we do have that power, and we could see we use that power now mostly to destroy and distort. How amazing the world would be if we only told the truth and really tried, right? All right, so we talked about this concept of glory, right? So really, this whole thing of lo ber'o is really summarizes the whole tractate, the whole Pirkei Avot at the end of the day, because this is all about the ethical teaching that they were trying to get to, and the observance of the Torah and the commandments is really, it's intended for one purpose, which is the revelation of the glory of God in the world. And this is the goal that we have to be thinking about at all times. And if we don't pay attention to this, and we do this lo lishma, not for its own sake, right? So as we say, tov shelo haya nivra, right? We spoke about this earlier on, that it would have been better if you weren't created, because you missed the purpose of coming to this world. And it's not like a threat being like, what? It's a waste, because the potential you have right now to experience the world and even more so through the Torah eyes is being wasted. And this is how the end of this chapter really connects with the beginning, right? Which is Rabbi Meir references, right? Learning Torah for its own sake, and learning Torah lishma. And you could see again how this is like, this full cycle that they go over here that Ben mentioned already at the get-go. And then this continues on, which kol hanikra bishmi, right? So anyone that's being called in my name, ulechvodi, right? So we say, sof davar hakol nishma et Elohim tira v'oto ta'avod ki zeh kol ha'adam, right? In the conclusion of things, to sum it all up, fear God and keep His commandments, for this is all there is to man. And this is really how we fulfill our destiny, and we are walking with God, with the Most High, by doing this. And this is how it's being revealed in the world. And by acting this way, and by acting righteous, and by these deeds and by the actions that I'm doing, and like we said, we mentioned this in the last Mishnah about things that God shares his label with, right? Or he's going to endorse with his name.
Mhm.
So that is what we are being called to be. People that walk around the world, that when people see you, they say, that is a man of God. And that is someone that is embodying God, and people seeing him, and they're seeing him being merciful and gracious. And there's an abundance of kindness, like you said, of chesed that we want to be having as well. So these actions of the righteous, of the tzaddik, they are really revealing the conduct of God in the world.
Right.
The way
And
he behaves is the way God is behaving with the world.
right. And to bolster that claim is, we know that God wants this, or assumes this to be possible, because there's also the prohibition, I guess you can call it a prohibition, about desecrating God's name, not by literally desecrating, like tearing apart a page, but doing an act. If you are associated with God or with God's acquisitions, and you do something immoral, then you're desecrating the name of God. So then that is also a commandment that we have.
Right. So if our court systems have managed to, after, only in the last 80 years do we even have a thing called like crimes against humanity, right?
Mhm. Right.
But the Torah has a much higher standard. What is considered a crime against God and against the world that he's given us, that he's giving us an opportunity to watch over, obviously.
Yeah.
Right. So Hashem.
So just to give a small thing, just keep in mind from the magic book, that when we say lo bar'o ela lekvodo, right? He made it, if only for his glory. Glory, we can also think about it as Torah, because that Torah is also referred to as glory. So we can keep this in mind as we go through the different interpretations and commentaries, because this will get dovetailed pretty well.
We got it. Okay, so then we have this seemingly weird ending. Hashem yimloch l'olam v'ed, right? This doesn't really have a connection to the verse we just said a second ago, right? Which is, again, Hashem yimloch l'olam v'ed is, and God shall reign forever and ever. L'olam v'ed, right? What's up, Gilad?
Hey, I figured I'd join you. You can go ahead.
Sure, much appreciated. So, right. So why do we have, how is this connected to what we just said earlier? Right. So what really proof is this giving us? Obviously the Mishnah wrote this down for a reason. How is this stressing the fact that, the purpose of creation, which is to express God's glory in this world. Right. So how could we say that this world was created for his glory?
Mm-hmm.
And we could say that maybe you're talking about, the world to come, or the other realms, the upper realms of the angels that we were just referencing right now. So maybe God is revealed there. And we also mentioned in the last Mishnah about how his throne and the footstool, right? The footstool is hidden and concealed, right? So in this world, we don't see God's glory necessarily in every day, right? The temple has been destroyed, and the people of God were thrown out of their land. Even if we came back right now, you could say what Israel is dealing with right now, right? How is this an example of his glory, right? And if anything, I would say, we just spoke about this, Ben, you said of Chilul Hashem, right? Desecrating God's name in a sense, and two could be true. I could say from like a meta perspective, the land of Israel and the people of Israel, and even the state of Israel, I'm sorry, Jacob, are expressing God's glory. I could also say on the micro right now, it's a complete desecration right now. So like it's very, very problematic, but that's also why the sense of responsibility is so great, right? Because that is, and is also why there is destruction beforehand, right? We spoke about this, how the temple is an 8th day creation in a 7th day world, right? And we are still in that 7th day, and we have yet to manifest into that 8th day mode of being. And until we could be in that 8th day mode of being, then we don't deserve that type of structure. It's never going to be natural, and it won't work with us. So just for a contemporary analogy, obviously, if we as citizens of the world, but also specifically as a citizen of Israel, if we want more for ourselves, right, we have to be able to manifest that and actually rise up to the challenge and do so. We're on leaderless times, unfortunately. Right. So so obviously we're living in a place that is quite evil at some times. And how are we seeing God's glory over here? But that's why we say Yimloch Le'olam V'ed, right? We don't say he's king forever and ever. Hashem Melech Le'olam V'ed. You say Yimloch Le'olam V'ed, and the purpose that we have is because the purpose of creation has not yet fully been realized in the present, right? It's temporary, and we're still waiting that Mala Aretz Tunat Hashem and Ve'alumosim Be'aretz Zion, all these psukim we have, how we're eventually going to get to that place where, where it's so clear that God is there. And we as people, like when we talk about the lamb living with the sheep, or there's no longer need for weapons, sometimes we feel like we're so close to that, and then sometimes we feel like we're miles away. And the idea is that it's a process.
Is that the sentiment
So
behind? Is that the sentiment behind saying the? Now I'm blanking on it, but after the Shema, saying it low, the statement saying low, and then in Yom Kippur you say it out loud. Is that the same thing?
For sure, and that obviously has to do with when we say the tefillah, specifically the Shema and the standing prayer, because those are the only prayers we have left with any sequence of prophecy. The rest has just been made up, by very righteous and wise people. But Nishmat Kol Chayas we have, that was adopted from Saint Peter, right? So like, if we were looking what comes from the prophets and what comes from Moses, still those, it's only the standing prayer and the Shema. And the Shema sequence is, first there's Yotzer HaMorot. First we meet God under the name Elohim, right? And the master of all nature. And that includes in it, we say Oseh Takol, but we know the verse really means Oseh Tara also. We understand that all these things in the natural world, cancer, disease, this is all part of Elohim. Then we go to Ahava Rabbah, we go to the love of God, and that has to do with our relationship with Adonai, right? The Tetragrammaton, the agentic, our relationship with our Father, who loves us. And once we prayed about two of those, we could now move into the Shema, where we unify God's name and say, Eloheinu Hashem Echad, right? And the reason we close our eyes is because the cognitive dissonance, right, of that. It's very hard for us to look at two of those things together, right? And look at death out there and realize, like, this too is part of God's world. That's why we cover our eyes. And that's why, like you just said, there's a sequence of saying it a little quieter, but on Yom Kippur, we say it out loud.
Right.
But sorry, but is there anything you wanted to say about that? Or Kirk, you want to say something about that? Or Gilad?
Is there a reason why specifically Yom Kippur?
The Day of Atonement, we have atoned for our sins. We are clean. We fear nothing. We are very sure of ourselves of what we're saying. Just like on Passover night, you don't say the Shema at night because it's called Leil Hashimurim. It is the night that you are being watched, and there's no need for another prayer at night. As it says, Solomon was terrified at night and would sleep with 60.
Well, I thought God also watched over you on Shabbat and Yom Tov.
Well, he's always watching over you. And then we could, again, these are general terms, right? According to Maimonides, divine providence is happening only for very, very few people. He gives a very eerie example about how someone shouldn't expect to be saved from a shipwreck. And then, as we know, his brother died in a shipwreck. In a certain sense, he's also saying, like, even my brother didn't have a divine providence because we are governed by nature in a certain sense. Only a select few that have oriented their intellect. Again, he was obviously a rationalist, and what these terms mean, one needs to dig into. But there are other versions which are much more what's the word I'm looking for? Much more accepting of a narrative of divine providence, like at all times, at all things.
Yeah, but the statement that I was just for clarification, the statement that I was referring to is a statement that declares God's kingdom on earth, right? So hence why on Yom Kippur that might be more relevant, or that's something to emphasize because we are so clean that we dare to say something like that. Like, this is, like, now we can see God's kingdom on earth for that second after Neila. But so yeah. So
just wrapping up this Mishnah, which going back to what we said, Hashem Yimloch Le'olam, right? God will reign and not be king, because we're saying it's a process, and this goes back to sort of seeing God telling Moses, you can't see my face, right? You could only see my back, which is you're going to see me in retrospect. You're going to see me, through history. And I gave an example of Haman, or started giving an example of Haman, where when he, when Vashti, Xerxes, Ahasuerus, his first wife, when she doesn't come and there's an advice to kill her and then bring a new wife, and and when he throws the dice, all these things, is he aware that he's actually putting into motion something that's ultimately going to mean him walking with Mordechai on a horse, exalting his name? And we have to realize how at the end, throughout entire history, do we actually see how God acts and how these things fall into place. And if we just take a little slice in time, it could be very dark. And sometimes we could see a slice in time and we could be very hubris as well. But we need to realize that these things, and this relates a little to what Gilad and I were talking about a few weeks ago, about how do we look at timelines, right? Are we looking at timelines as like a generation or two, or are we looking at timelines throughout like thousands of years? And like that allows me then to look at a narrative differently. Obviously, you could argue that, but there's many arguments, I'm sure, against that. But for all intents purposes in this context, that is how we being instructed and taught how we're supposed to look at the world and realize, as Mordechai tells Esther, "Revach v'atzalai yavom makom acher," right? He says, like, this is your moment to shine. Like, and who knows if like this was a moment that all like the stars aligned, so to speak. I mean, ironically, the stars aligning has to do something with how the Gentiles see the world, and the stars, or like those kind of luminaries, don't affect Israel, right? Because we're supposed to be able to forge our own destiny, right? We could escape fate. But he told her that if you don't do it, Esther, it's going to happen regardless, right? Regardless, God has a plan that will end up manifesting, even if it's not us, even if it's not now. And that's, we mentioned this a few weeks ago, which is the Gemara tells us that, when we accepted the Torah the first time in Sinai, we really didn't accept it properly because it was forced onto us. Kafal har kigigit, right? God threatened that if we don't accept the Torah, he's going to drop the whole mountain onto us. So of course we said yes. And dropping the mountain on us could also mean, for all intents, if we believe that they are experiencing revelation at the highest level, right? You could say that, you no longer have free will. You just showed me all the cards. I get it. Like, you proved your point. You're the master of the universe. So like, can I even say no? And this goes back to also with Pharaoh, why God actually gives Pharaoh his free will by hardening his heart, right? Because Pharaoh is terrified. Of course he's going to say yes. God is trying to equalize it by saying, don't be scared of me. Talk to me the way you actually want to, but for another time. Back to us. The Gemara says that the Jews came and accepted through free will the Torah again after the story of Purim, because there they managed finally to look back and see, wow, if this manifested this way, this must have been true. And if it's true, then we are now going to accept this and buy in to this narrative. And with that, I believe we finished this Mishnah, but feel free to let me know if there's any other notes from your magical book.
The only thing that, like a teaser that I can give, that we don't need to go into too much, but people can look at the Tanya for more info. But that it talks about how you can map on this statement of God. My name and my glory, I created it, I formed it, I also made it, to the Kabbalistic worlds, right? So you have Atzilut, you have Bria, Yetzirah, Asiyah. So you have the different Kabbalistic worlds, so you can see how this manifestation is throughout the levels and what that means. But obviously, so if anybody wants to dig into that, that's also something they can go into.
And these are things that while I promote my own religion, right, these are things that you're going to see again, like if you're looking at the 10 spheres, or you're looking at like the chakras, or you're looking at these things, right? So these emanations and these levels, these are all things that the ancients were all trying to gain access to. Mm-hmm. And we have our sequences and others have theirs. And I wish much success to all endeavoring in those searches. Okay, so we will end on Rabbi Hananiah. So people say this often. רבי חנניה בן הקשיא אומר, רצה הקדוש ברוך הוא לזכות את ישראל, לפיכך הרבה להם תורה ומצוות, שנאמר, אדוני חפץ למען צדקו, יגדיל תורה ויאדיר. Kirk, do you want to read that in English for us? Kirk? Gone. Ben, you want to take it?
Yeah, for sure. Rabbi Hananiah ben Akashia said, the Holy One, blessed be He, wished to make the people of Israel meritorious. Therefore, He gave them Torah and mitzvot in abundant measure, as it is written in Isaiah. The Lord desired, for the sake of His Israel's righteousness, to make the Torah great and glorious.
Before I move on, Gilad, I'm sorry, was there any thoughts you wanted to share?
Not at this point, I think.
No problem. Okay, so right, so really, this is like we said, this is like in the conclusion of every part of Pirkei Avot, right? And we say that this is like where we have all these Torah, these commandments, these multitude of mitzvahs that we have, that they're there to benefit us, right, for our merit, and giving us this endless amount of opportunities to elevate ourselves spiritually, right? And the power is, if anyone that remembers Captain Planet, the power is yours. Right, so I used to love Captain Planet. So we really have the power, and of course, this does raise the question, right? So, with so many commandments, is there not a very high risk of failure? And instead of me getting merits, I'm really going to be getting demerits, right? Or I'm accumulating debt, so to speak. And scharo be'efsedo. Exactly. I end up losing, which this also was part of Paul's fear, not Paul Vanderklay, New Testament Paul.
Paul.
That's his fear, right? OG Paul, right? So he's Shaul. That's what he's nervous about, right? And he feels like that's not necessary anymore because ultimately this is just going to get us into a lot of trouble as individuals.
Right. Why make this so complicated?
Exactly. Now, so we could say one version, I mean, there's many versions to interpret this or to answer this question, but one is that there are many prohibitions that are not necessarily needed to be written down, right? You and I are not walking around eating scorpions or lizards necessarily, and not murdering is also something that like we sort of know as a society, yet we mention them still. The Torah still writes things that are seemingly very clear to us, right? So these commandments are really here to increase our merits, ultimately, at the end of the day. What's the verse? So this is really one of the gifts that God gives us. I'll translate that into English, which is someone that is sitting idly by sort of and not doing anything still gets merit for not transgressing, right? So this is really a free points system that God has gifted us from. We're refraining from evil. So there's many things to do, which is you could be saying, obviously I don't murder people. But now that you were also commanded not to murder and you're not murdering, you're gaining extra credit. So you could also be doing doing the laundry and helping your mom. And at the same time, you're doubling down on not doing bad things as well. You're doing good things and not doing bad things. And because of that, you gain extra merits, right? Sorry, go ahead.
I think another way to put it, and maybe then we can kind of wrap up just for my case.
Sure.
But one thing that this reminds me of is, so we can see the mitzvot as like you can, it gives you merit. So you have more, then you can get more merit for different things. But also if you think of the mitzvot as channels for connection, there's channels for the divine, you can also think of how nice it is to have those various different channels as opposed to just one thing. And it kind of reminds me of, I remember hearing a long time ago from Jordan Peterson that he was talking about how if you are a carpenter or like you work at a car shop, you can do that specific thing so well, you can do it so well that you can make that place into the perfect environment. You can really, and you can be proud of it, right? As opposed to trying to like doing something that you think is grandiose out there. You can kind of start here or start there, start your own context. And I think the mitzvot is, you can think about it, how nice it is that there's so many of them that even the carpenter, the farmer, the person that handles the animals, the person that has issues with their family, people from all walks of life that have to handle all the smallest things in the world, the biggest things in the world. They have various channels that they can tap into. Like there isn't anything in the world that is available to you that you can't somehow connect to the divine through, because there's always a mitzvah lurking behind it.
So that's beautiful. And like you said, we'll wrap it up, which is there's I was going to mention, let's say, 3 interpretations. One was the first one, which we just said, which is like, there's this extra point system, which I don't really love that option, but that's like a version that people always teach. Another option is from lezakot, from zichuch, to purify, right? So we go through it. We have all these commandments because this is slowly purifying the soul, right? Mm-hmm. This is what we take on. So, we know about there's sort of like, we'll call natural morality, but if, for the Israelites and for the Jews, you have the opportunity to constantly take that to another level and really, really purify your soul. And there's the option that you just gave right now, which is there are so many mitzvahs which allow me to manifest my relationship with God and keeping his commandments in all walks of life, right? So while we've spoken throughout the last year about the need to also study actual Torah, right? So we understand that's needed. You should go to the classroom, you should go to the study hall. All those things are true. However, in reality, as we know, we work, we sew, we bake, we nurse, we do. And the fear would be, but how do I have time to learn, right? If I'm busy, I'm all day, I'm busy doing the other things which are just called living. And I really want to learn. I want to find time to study and do. I don't have the time throughout the day. So like you just said, we have this great opportunity to, while we're walking down the street, while in any job we do, there are so many mitzvot we could be doing and we could be benefiting from. And in all these ways, the way we behave, the way we speak, the way we conduct ourselves, these are all mitzvot. And God is expecting us really to embody these things fully, right? So if that's why we also say derech eretz kadma Torah. In a certain sense, it's not that it's beforehand and it's better, but rather it is the groundwork that's needed on the Torah could happen on top of it. But without that foundation, there's nothing. So if I am walking around and I'm speaking to people kindly and I'm listening to what they're saying and I'm considering what they're saying and I'm saying please and thank you and I'm making sure to give and share, all these things are mitzvot and we benefit from them. We benefit from them greatly. And our job as Bnei Israel is to try as best as we can to manifest what that looks like, how a life lived looks, how a life lived for the sake of God and his glory, which we know that also means being a great father, being a great husband. We could take the levels down to interpretation, making sure like your shoes are clean, right? All these are levels of showing his glory. And I hope we are up for the task. I hope we could show the world that God is interested in this conversation with everyone, and everyone is invited to partake in manifesting his image more brightly and more clearly in him. And on that, we conclude Pirkei Avot. What a fantastic journey. Ben, I appreciate it immensely. Thank you.
Only took us 45 streams.
But some people would say that's short. I think that's great. And I'm very, very excited for us to be starting Perek Chelek of Maimonides, which is a lot of secrets, a lot of mysteries, a lot of interesting stuff. I think we'll start next week. It could be that next week I won't be available, though. I might
Me neither, so we'll see. It might be 2 weeks.
Okay, so it might be in 2 weeks. But on that end, you are free to leave, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
I'm going to stay around and schmooze for a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk for a few seconds.
Hello, Gilad.
Hi, Kirk.
How's your day been going? Wait, what's with that echo?
You
That's
might
my
have
microphone.
YouTube and live stream on together.
No, I don't have YouTube on.
Well, now the echo's gone.
Okay. Oh, what I was saying earlier with that anecdote. So you guys were talking about hierarchy. What I was gonna say is I didn't want to go off on it because I didn't want to waste Ben's time. But I recall, and I don't want this to sound like venting, but this previous Yom Kippur. When was this previous Yom Kippur? Was that like 7 months ago?
No, longer.
Yeah. Well, whenever this previous Yom Kippur was,
10 months
uh,
ago.
I was entering into a shul. It was actually conservative, not Orthodox. I've gone to Orthodox, Reform, and conservative because I want to learn the different there, and I mean, I align with Orthodoxy personally, but anyway, the what I was going to say is you were bringing up Korach and like how wise people, if they don't understand their place in hierarchy, can be corrupt.
Mhm.
So what happened on Erev Yom Kippur was I had permission from the rabbi or rabbit, whatever you want to say, but the conservative leader of the shul had given me permission to wear kittel. I was walking in Erev Yom Kippur, and I figured it wasn't that big of a deal, but basically these two much older congregants were sort of, and they had no position of recognizable Torah hierarchy, but basically were hassling me and saying, "Oh, you're not even Jewish," and hassling me to take it off. I figured it wasn't that big of a deal because I had permission to Rabbi Shul. But from my opinion, it was like, okay, if the rabbi, and he's not the greatest rabbi ever, right? He's in the conservative movement. Whatever problem you think with that, but that's a higher level of Torah knowledge. What place are you to confront me about it? But that's sort of a separate tangent.
Well, first off, I'm sorry you had to go through that. I'm sure it's very uncomfortable. I would guess and assume that it wasn't malice,
It
or
wasn't. It wasn't malice. I
it's
don't. I definitely don't
really
believe it's malice.
ignorance, and that's because really, Noahides. You have to realize is really, it's a very. I mean, it's not a new phenomenon, but it's not something that is really talked about, and slowly but surely, this will become. I hope will become more of a mainstream thing. But you are, excuse me, you are a trailblazer in that sense, and you have to realize that you're going to have some eyebrows raised, just specific about what you did. This is a question about, can Noahides participate in synagogue, and can Noahides wear a yarmulke? So the answer to these things are, and I think again it depends on the rabbi, but in theory, yes. However, there's a lot of questions which are intention, uh, uh, which is why you're doing this, and also the recognition, which is it's very important not to blur lines, which is if you wanted to, which you don't need to, and you're not required to convert, that's also an option. If you want to be a Noahide, you could also be a Noahide, but there's no need to have someone like, if I'm seeing you in synagogue and I see you every day with a skull cap on your head, I'm going to assume you're Jewish. And then my relationship, the way I'm talking to you, maybe I want you to, you know, date my daughter, right? So like these are things that the
Yeah.
community is nervous about. Having said that,
Yeah.
of
It
course,
just
I was just saying, of course, what you did, again, halachically, it's fine. And asking the rabbi was the right move, and him saying okay was the right move as well. A kittel, by the way, is wearing this to show, it's a white, it's like a long,
Yeah, I was doing it for
down.
spiritual reasons. I thought because it was Yom Kippur, because of the notion of atonement being universal, I would get some spiritual benefit from it. It wasn't that big of a deal, but the point I was trying to make is like it's one thing if they just were like I disagree, but they didn't just say I disagree. They just say it doesn't matter that somebody who's of a higher position of Torah knowledge disagreed with me. I'm going to step in something that's not affecting me. And also, this is a shul that I had known, right? This is a community I'd visited several times beforehand, and certainly everyone knew I wasn't a B'nai Israel. So
Right.
I was
So,
just making
so
that point about hierarchy.
I would just say that the rabbis should be sensitive, though, to what the community is aware of, what they know, how, like, so what Trey, another Noahide that came to visit, I spoke to the rabbi beforehand. I mentioned that he's going to be sitting in synagogue and praying with us. I know the synagogue, and I know people in the synagogue right now. So they also would have thought it was weird if he, let's say, would came in with a kittel right now. Now, that doesn't mean that he doesn't want to connect spiritually and see himself clean and see himself as an angel. So this is also, you have to ask yourself on your journey to express yourself and your relationship with God, to do so in a way which is not necessarily going to cause you more stress. And there's a time and place for everything. I would just be, I see Jacob is commenting over here as well. From bringing for Gimel Tammuz. Oh, the Rebbe died, right?
I don't know what that is. I was curious what's Verbringen.
He's wearing a kittel chazi. The rabbi is a fool. A Jewish teenager shouldn't be wearing a kittel. Okay, well, I think he's sort of saying what I was saying. He's using different words, but yes, be wary. This is when Gimel Tammuz, when the Rebbe passed away. But on the flip side, there are those who look at this, or Chabadnik who look at this as, a time of remembering everything he did and how the whole faith shift that he brought to Judaism, a tremendous figure. So they have a Verbringen. A Verbringen is a gathering where people get drunk, and but I would say like the healthy version of drunk. You get sort of nicely buzzed, and everyone sort of joins into Torah ideas. People are speaking, but generally speaking, there is singing and getting into a rhythm, right?
They're
Sort of like
nigonim, right?
Yeah.
Hasidic songs. It's to my understanding it's basically like a Hasidic, not party, but
Yeah.
I don't know if there's an exactly appropriate term I could use in English.
Jubilation.
Yeah, jubilation.
We're talking about.
We're hearing an echo.
Yeah, that's when I forget to turn off my microphone for a second.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Gilad, could you turn off and on your microphone real quick?
That's what I do.
Okay.
All the time. So right now it's on, so you'll hear an echo, and if you'll talk now, you'll hear an echo. But if I turn it off, then you won't. So I'm turning it off every time I talk.
Okay.
We appreciate you being quick on the draw, Gilad. How has your week been, Gilad?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer it. It's a very rough time. That's the short of it. Trying. Let's say the analogy I could give is you have your car running on, gas fumes, right? No fuel in the tank. And then you're going like, well, but I have it's very important that I keep on going and get as far as I can. And at some point, you just feel like, how is this car still going? That's how I feel. Like, how am I?
Did they have transit in Israel?
Do who have what?
Do Israelis have transit?
You mean like buses, trains, trams?
Yeah, or I mean like they're playing something in California, but like a big subway system.
It would have been nice to have better public transportation in Israel. Let's put it like that. It's very hard to get around just with that.
I think he was making an analogy though about the car, and less about that he's having a hard time getting someplace.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking by analogy.
Gilad, this is just a trying to think if I could tell you this without you getting upset, but this is a point where so the ultra Orthodox came out with a statement saying that Ben Gvir is being completely reckless. I don't know if you saw the statement, and we're very disappointed with Bibi, right, for not controlling him and his coalition, and we're gonna have to rethink our future steps. There's a lot of ways you could take that. All I wanted to point it out is is when I spoke to you and I said like I would hope Bibi would have had better control. That is what like they're referencing. Like right now, what he's doing is just like he's just the guy's like. I mean, and I know you could say like I told you so and all these things, but that would be that's like a data point where I'm showing you like that was their hope as well. You could say they're malicious, they're wrong, but they're also bugging out because he is completely acting without control. And arguably, you could say like, well, that's exactly what we were warning you from or told you would happen. But my point is that you could see that happening, and very concerning, very very unfortunate. Obviously, I started the stream with this, telling Ben how like the whole dealings with like these three civilians that killed like Nukhba terrorists, and like I don't know, it just feels like the country is it's a miracle that it hasn't like imploded yet.
We're living in strange times.
We're living in very strange times. I mean, even the debate, like the American debate, like the Biden-Trump thing, it was also like that. I sort of see that from the periphery because we're dealing with like Israel drama, but it's almost like if you skip to a different channel, you're like, what? Like, what's that? Like, this is also like what's happening here? Like, where is there a channel where like I could get like just it's and then you go to the next channel and there's like global warming everywhere and fires everywhere. So it's
I mean, people sort of live in different realities, at least how they act, but that's not healthy on a societal level, but it's the fact of how mass communication has led. Um, and when you wrestle with pigs, you become like a pig. Don't enter the mud sty if you don't want to become like a pig.
So I don't know if I'd respond the way you think I'd respond. Usually, I don't know. I kind of tried to think 5 times before engaging on any political subject because every one of them is like a rabbit hole, and I'm just not. I'm just trying to uh, find the most interesting conversation to have rather than the one that let's say gets me riled up the most. I'd say that like in the sense of being annoyed that Bibi is not controlling the coalition. Like, I mean, it came immediately after the rabbi law, so called, wasn't passed, right?
Rabbi law?
It's a law that basically gives a lot more jobs for the ultra orthodox. So a lot more. I mean, it's more complicated than that, but it's something that is a very strong incentive for the ultra orthodox to have this law pass. A lot of what it's about involves large sums of money, right? Like
So basically, like DEI for Haredim.
No, more like maintaining authority on a governmental level, on a national level, instead of dispersing it to and giving it to the local authorities. If you had local authorities deciding who their rabbis are, those rabbis will match the population around them, which ideally would mean there's a much better fit, and that's sort of what we want. Unfortunately, the ultra orthodox are saying no. We would like it to be in our image, and if we want it to be in our image, we can't allow let's say more liberal or more progressive city councils dictate, and that's how we will bring our decrees from above on a governmental level, on a national level, and that's how we could maintain the flavor of rabbi that we want for every city. This also, like Gilad says, allows them to fill and provide people with jobs.
Yeah.
So, I would just say like because again that was just like an offhand comment. I don't think this is the most interesting thing to talk about, but I did want in this case to send it back to you. Like, is there what would you most like to talk about with me? What do you feel is most critical to discuss right now? Or not critical. What do you feel like? What do you
Yeah.
feel is burning in you? Right?
And I could tell you last time we spoke, I was a little sad. Um, just because, like, the gap, because, like, I feel like, not like, why can't I convince him, but more that we see things differently. And it's just hard. And it's not like a bad thing. Obviously, there's many features of that. Like, I don't want us to see things the same way, but there is a gap that, and I don't doubt that we could be good neighbors and good friends and all those, like, and we are good friends. My point being, like, that we could live together as people, but we have different visions. I don't think you're opposed to my vision, like, as in, like, if you found out that, like, hey, everything Chezi was saying was true, like, okay, like, I guess that's the reality. But I uh I guess I don't know if this is like the important conversation, and I hope it doesn't sound like condescending, but I and this, of course, I'm speaking from like a religious perspective. I I want my brothers with me, and I want them to, uh, and I don't feel like, oh, because you don't think like me, you're punished now, or you won't be saved. Like, none of those things are even close to true, right? So I'm not worried for your soul. I, I, it's hard for me to see you sort of deal with the reality of Israel without, let's say, what I would call like my theological nourishment, which, like, I feel like, even though things are very tough right now, right? Like I'm saying, I'm thinking in like 1,000-year timescales, right? So, like, that's like a hope. It made me sad to think, if, let's say, you don't have that, how sad, how even more depressing the situation is, how more futile it seems, how scary it seems. So that's hard for me. It's hard for me to think of someone seeing it that way. And on the flip side, I could say, like, because I believe that it could be like so much more than just a country, right? So here too, I'm like, you don't understand like my devastation, but I want the best for you, and I want uh I wish I had better language. I guess I wish I it also made me sad, which, again, I realized that I could talk I don't think I try to talk a big talk, but, like, maybe I fool myself sometimes with, like, the way I look at the Torah, or the way I understand my relationship with God, is just simply like not mainstream enough, where, like, it's something that I could sell. It's not something that Israel's buying right now. It's not on the market right now. It's not being sold, and that's like also hard for me.
Well, let's.
Gilad was saying Jacob is worried for his soul, and sure, I worry for your soul, Gilad. I want the best for you. See, Jacob's worried too. I'm worried for his soul. I'm worried for everyone's soul. Okay, so yes, my point was, I don't think Gilad is going to won't be saved, right? I'm sure, as far as I'm concerned. You're sitting there right with me in the grand scheme of things. But sorry, go ahead.
In relation to language, since you brought it up as something you want to have better language, we were talking last time about you were saying that you can speak secular, and we should be able to speak more religious. And you specifically pointed out the people going and flaunting this Pidyon Shavuim is the highest mitzvah, which is clearly false, like from our sources. We can say a lot about it, but that's not speaking religious language. It's it's very cheap and counterproductive for discussion. So I wanted to say in that uh, in that vein, when you say and you use this a lot, when you say if not for the 3,000 year time scale, you're just a colonizer. That's an example of you really not speaking secular. Like you can say it, you can make that, you can go down that path if you want to, but like
That's not speaking
there's
secular. That is speaking. Sorry, go ahead.
like I'm saying that's almost as deep a misframing of the base notions and values that are at the foundation of secular Israel. Right, the people here. If we thought that this is a other than the religious element, a colonizing situation where we can just, like different colonies, up and leave, and for instance, that it's just as unjust as other colonizations in history, then like that would undermine very core foundations of how we are. And you can see when secular people discuss this, it's about how the lands in Israel were bought, how no Arab villages were attacked or certainly not destroyed during all of the time of the Aliyot, and that the only case in which Arabs were evicted was during the War of Independence, which was not started by Israel, who accepted the partition plan. So, like for what it's worth, you should know that that is immediately alienating to anyone who is deep within the secular world. When you say without Torah, all of this is just the same as colonization.
Okay, so to clarify, it's not it's without Torah. You could say the history, which includes the Torah, of course. But when I say colonizer, I'm not talking to someone that is secular. I'm talking to someone that uses the term occupy or conquer, right? Kibush, daila kibush, right? You could say that there is
Like
something.
except for the, I don't know, let's say among the Jewish population, less than 1/10%, right? Everyone would agree that the 1948 borders that were agreed upon by the United Nations, etc., are a different story than the occupied land, right? If the notion of taking like which is I think a part of the real clash in Israel, the notion of taking like it's either all or nothing, either the like 1948 and 1967 are exactly the same and have the same status and everything, or let's say not either. You have to accept that. So either it's all colonization and occupation, or it's all legit. Then again, you're missing the key points.
But I don't think I'm missing the key point. My framing is, I'm I'm okay with even having a two-state solution. Okay, the language though one should use. Okay, like, and there's a separate conversation again, which has to do with what I'm talking to the media about within Israel. Right, there is only Israel. There isn't the Palestinian people. I'm not saying that I wouldn't recognize Palestinian people. The name, we all know where the name comes from. So when you have a conversation with people in Israel, I would say, first recognize who you are. You are not conquering anyone's land. The people, the Palestinians, aren't a real people. Now, pause. Politically, there's many things we need to talk about. How they're treated, they need a land, right to self-determination. That's all true. Those are two different narratives. And the
What do
one,
you mean? What do you mean when you say the Palestinian people are not a real people? What
I'm
specifically?
saying as in 500 years ago, where there's the Palestinian people, name the Palestinian people with their flag and their national identity and their lore and their stories and their culture. No, there wasn't.
No, but generally speaking, right? I mean, again, I was saying this as a point of like, you want to talk about this and not alienate secular people, you can do that. We can go down this path, and like the next analogy, and it's a fraught topic as well. You could say, oh, what about Ukraine? Did Ukraine exist like 500 years ago with its own culture and everything?
We need to jump back to the narrative that why I'm claiming that, because we could discuss, and I could be okay, right, giving Palestinian people Judah and Samaria. It's called Judah and Samaria, not the occupied lands. That's the difference. And if you think it is, leave. And if you don't think it is, you could stay and give it to someone, but you're giving it to someone. The mindset behind that is what matters to me.
Look,
so when you're saying what's like, I'm alienating to someone else, he feels alienated because what?
When you say that without 3,000-year narrative,
right,
this is just colonization, right? All of the story.
When you use the terms kibush, they go together. It's not as in you're not colonizing, right? I'm not going to the person on the, let's say, the left, okay? Because I'm not just talking about someone secular. I'm not telling someone, if you're here because you're saying, listen, there's just 75 years ago we came here, the British, we bought the land, things like that. Yeah, there was a dirty history, but this is a fact on the ground. We're here. We're not going anywhere. So don't call me a colonizer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's fine as long as you don't then adapt a narrative, which is like these people, their culture, their house that we took. So if you want to take that narrative, okay, and I think we should. I think we have a responsibility, as a religious responsibility, to accommodate our Arab brothers. And we could discuss what that looks like. But that comes from me, from that responsibility, not because I'm being told to by the world or the world's telling me that I'm doing these things. And I think...
Wait, do you think that the narrative on the left... I've heard this also from... I think it was Rabbi Levinson from Eli. He accused Amos Oz of saying, oh, actually, this was the Palestinians' land. We came, we took their home, their culture, their stuff. It's all colonized things. It's not what he said, and it's not the notion on the left, generally speaking. It's a straw man of the notion on the left, but it's not actually our perception, right? The perception is there are certainly more than a single culture here, right? There's two cultures that are separate significantly, and there are people living in this land that are separate from us, right?
Yep.
That is the notion,
and we could recognize them, and we should recognize them.
Yeah.
But
so again, like you say, you shouldn't do that thing where you're saying like it's their land, we came and took it. It's like that's not the narrative. The narrative is right. If we go down to the details, this land was sparsely inhabited. Most of the Palestinian people actually were work immigrants coming here because of the British mandate and their efforts to build railways and roads and whatever. So the Jewish immigration happened along with the Palestinian immigration. Right? You could call it Palestinian, you could call it whatever you want. Arab people that immigrated into this land. And then you can argue like the argument which I find I'm reading some comments on the background, it's distracting me. And then like you can argue that they don't have a history as rich as ours, and they shouldn't be called a people. And you can say how we actually had this 3,000-year thing. And I'm just saying, even if you don't go there, and I don't find much value in going there, honestly, or personally, even if you don't go there, right, and judge the actions that we took in this land in the last, let's say, 150 years, starting from 1880s, right? That doesn't make us a colonizer. It makes us something very different from the models that we know of these kinds of things, because Jews around the world, the diaspora, or the exile, however we call it, before there was a country, is a very different story, right? We can't be colonizers because we don't have a motherland that this is a colony of.
We don't have a motherland that
This would be a colony of. Like, it's not like Britain occupies something and they have Britain and this is a colony of Britain. Like, this is not, that doesn't even make sense. But like that,
but
my whole point is, like, if you want to discuss this, like, this is the framework that the Jews have, and that's why there is a difference between 48 and 67.
But Gilad, I'm not arguing with someone that just gave the explanation you gave, because I don't have a problem with someone that gave the explanation you gave. And you could be like, it's a small percentage. I'm arguing, and first of all, when I'm arguing, I'm not going around arguing on the streets, and I don't go around doing that. And the people that I talk to saying I don't want to be alienating, I don't walk around the streets being like, if you don't want to be here, then you're a colonizer. That's happening in the conversation that you and I are having. And I'm also, I'm speaking out to an idea of, like, just being on the land. So I think, and you could be like, it's the algorithm that's doing this. Then and it has less to do with, let's say, specifically right now in this round right now, but I do hear from people, whether it's in protests or in signs or in the news or in members of Knesset, that there is a sense of like, it's not exactly our land, and that the religious narrative is not there. And I understand that you could say that there is.
Could you repeat the sentence, because I didn't, like, the grammar didn't make sense. I think it made sense in your mind, but I didn't catch it.
I said that I hear still around me a narrative of that it's a land for two people, but the reason behind that is because, and again, all these little things matter, and that's why I think it also matters in the conversation. I want to hear that that's not because there was another people over here that this land is rightfully theirs, but because of the scenario that we're in that is necessary to allow for this. And once we're in that scenario, we should, of course, treat them with the same respect we would treat anyone else in the world. But it's not because it's very different than in reality. If we could do like this, right? Should we have done what we did to the Native Americans, right? The answer is like, no, Chezi, because like we literally massacred and got rid of everyone over there that was living over there. I'm not saying you could have shared the land and things like that. That's not this case. And it's not the case that, like, really, if we could turn back time, we should have given it to them. But now Israel's here, so it's too late. And politically, like, it's too far. And I would like to hear, again, at least within Israel, that the narrative is more, we're here. And this goes back to the Declaration of Independence. That's all you have to you have to say. Because of the vision of the prophets. It had nothing to do with politics, and it doesn't even say the word democracy. It's just the vision of the prophets, and that's why we're here. And now, because it's 2024, we're of course going to be participating in a political game. And also because, and specifically because we're Jewish, we should do so at the highest level. And
I'll just say, right? On the macro level of this conversation, I was sort of contending with myself whether uh, I should offer this tochacha to you,
Rebuke.
rebuke, and I feel like your response has been sort of like the famous Gemara, right? I said Tolkei Sami Ben Anecha, and you respond with you're not saying vision of the prophets. We already discussed that, right? I heard your point, and like when and whether I want to speak Jewish to people, I feel like I got at least that message. I got like a few times from you. So okay. Now I'm honestly
But
like I feel like I'm trying to reflect to you to the best that I can how this is experienced by people who won't look at the vision of the prophets and would look at this through the pragmatic framework, which is a lot of people. Why did we have to come here? Because Jews were being under pogroms and horrors and the Holocaust, and this is the story of how we came to Israel. That is the secular narrative. Now, you can like it, you can hate it, but if you're gonna,
that's an incomplete narrative, though. Why were they chasing Jews?
But like, are you trying to convince the entirety of the secular people by telling me that, or do you want to? Okay, but that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to tell you, right? You can explain to me how that narrative is wrong, but that's like not what I was trying to get at with this conversation. You were saying I can speak secular, and I'm telling you, if you speak like this, you're going to alienate them. And you showed me like the guy from Hartman Institute, right?
The conversation when you're saying I'm only going to alienate someone on the left. I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm telling you, this conversation only comes up. You're coming and telling me, listen, Chezi, I'm not going around saying we shouldn't be here because like it's someone else's land. Then you and I would never engage in that part of the conversation. We would talk about other things. When I say speak, I could speak to someone about things that don't reference that because I don't need to go there. Now, you're saying something else. No, Chezi, let's say you want to reference that. Like, if you're telling me don't tell someone if you don't believe in the 3,000-year-old story, then you're a colonizer, right? They're not gonna take that well. I would say I'm not going around saying it that way, but I would ask back.
Just to that point, like you were making a stream with me. If my friends watch this stream, they're gonna say, screw that. Right? I'm tired of hearing that.
Then your friend erred because this is a multiple stream on multiple time for 3 hours long, and anyone that's looking like that is already someone that's not playing the right game, because that's a bullet point person. That's not a bullet point.
They're just looking at a 3-hour stream. What are we?
But wait a second. So you're going to tell me your friend saw a 3-hour stream?
No, I'm saying that they saw other streams, right? Like or listened to on their way or whatever, right? And we talked about this before. And like I said, my intuition, which might be wrong and it might be completely irrelevant for you, right? Is that this would really push them off of you, and like you can take that. You can not take that. You can say like it's not important enough for you to deal with it.
No,
I don't understand. Like, why are you arguing with me?
I'm trying to understand the context of where that's happening. You're telling me that they would be turned off by that sentence in the context of a 3-hour stream where we're trying to figure out how to bridge. Then why are they getting offended by that comment? If you're telling me that if I went on the news,
because they're you asked,
if I went on the news and I had a 5-minute clickbait, like a soundbite where I said that, yeah, they should be offended. That was very reckless and stupid to say. But I didn't speak in national television, and I'm not a member of Knesset. I'm speaking to you, and I'm expressing through emotions right now how we're discussing this. Obviously, we're on live stream right now. I understand that. But I'm speaking in a looseness over here, which is built on a rapport. So if you're telling me, Chezi, if you would go into if let's say I wanted to take this, Chezi, these conversations we have and bring in more people or do it live and we have like sit downs together, then yeah, I wouldn't start with saying, hey, anyone here that this is a colonizer and he should leave the country. That's not the argument I would have. What that sentence comes out with after a long time of you and I talking and me talking to you and telling you like emotionally about like my issue, the Shikmar Bressler and what bothers me. And it culminates in a line which comes out and says, if you think it's not ours, then don't be here. And that's a bigger line, which is like, ultimately, why are we here? Is the blood of our soldiers that it's spilt, is it just because the British gave us land and politically? Or because if it's just that, someone would argue, if it's just because of that, then maybe I will leave. Maybe I won't stay over here. Maybe I won't be over here.
Well, you argue that people should. Like, that's the right way to think about it. Right? That if it's just British, as far as I understand you, right? You're saying if it's only like the political happenstance and there isn't the 3,000-year program, you don't see for your own view, like why, I think you like asked me directly, you don't see why not leave? Leave.
Well, definitely in the state of how it is, right? Corrupt people, racist people. I'm just saying, like, government's going to shit. The Druze who are giving their life for us are not getting the same equal rights. You could be like, the place is a shit show.
Yeah, and that's what people are
Based
saying.
on what we said on Pirkei Avot. But for the shit show, for me, this is just Haman and Achashverosh. And Revach v'atzalai yavo memakom acher. But my job is to stick it with the long run. And my point to other people
That's what you're saying.
What?
I'm just pointing that, like, this is not like a clickbait or you know, a soundbite from the
right.
the
But why is that? Why what I'm saying right now is a turnoff to you? I didn't say you need to leave. I'm explaining to you why it's worth it for me to stay.
You're saying, right, that when you look at my mindset, it is, I don't know, impervious to you. You're saying it's something that, like, you're saying something like, if I were in your shoes mentally, if I would think the way you do, if I wouldn't have that narrative, here's the conclusion: leave.
No, I wouldn't say the conclusion is leave. I would say there's an option of leaving. If you're saying it, I'm saying, so the person that's on the street and saying like it's burning, he's destroying the country. If you think that's what's happening, then go. If your argument is I don't like the place we're going, like I'm saying, if you are now burning the streets and like we're stopping the airports, then I guess it got too crazy. You could go. You don't have to be here. There's other places. If you feel like there's what to salvage over here, I don't know, maybe don't do it by like doing it this way or using these terms or saying things like, I'm saying this comes out in the form of, again, what I hear, which is Medinat Israel, Medinat Yehuda. Those arguments that come up, right? That to me, then it's like, okay, so it seems like it's not that you want it to be also Jewish. You don't like where it's going, and you want it to be something else, and that's something else. Because I could be like, I also want it to be fixed from where it is right now. There's something else you want, and I'm not saying you, Gilad. I'm saying the voices that I hear, that I will repeat that too, are saying, and I don't want it to also be religious or have that component. And even the people that say, yes, I want it to have a religious component, to them that is to the people I speak to or heard, is a very weak cultural sort of resemblance and not, I don't feel something that's very deep. Now, you and I have many conversations where I said, I appreciate the effort and time you spent learning about these things. And even though you don't think they are divine, you still think that there's a treasure trove of knowledge over there that's worth learning. And that understanding is more than just culture deep. That's deeper. That understanding affects policy and many other things. And that's what I'm saying people need to have. But the people that I feel that I need to say that line to are people that say, I'm not interested in jumping on a Pirkei Avot stream, and I'm not interested in that language. I'm talking to the person. You could be like, it's extreme. You could say the media made it extreme. But to the person that is disgusted by the phylacteries, yeah, then don't be here. That's my attitude is not like I don't want you here. You're a bad person. I'm not going to defend you. I have more of a right to be here. None of those things. My argument would be to that person, if you don't like it so much, you sort of pick the wrong place. Because if it's just like, no, I'm here and it's worth dying for, not because of the name, because it's called Israel for a purpose and it's in a specific place for a purpose. And all these things have a context to them. But if you want to remove all those contexts and say, I'm just here politically, then I would argue, if I don't, maybe I'll use the wrong word. Don't go. There are better countries you can hang out in.
Okay. The idea, right, that this is the second point that I wanted to make to begin with. Like, that's another point that's always going to sort of tick off anyone with a secular mindset, or most people with a secular mindset. The notion of, like, you think everything here is a shit show, the conclusion is leave, right? Why are you here? You can have a better life somewhere else, is also kind of really misunderstanding the framing and the notion that, yes, a lot of people are leaving, right? And it's a very difficult and very sad thing to do.
Am I misunderstanding? You just said, and many people are leaving.
Yeah.
If I'm misunderstanding them, why are they leaving? I'm asking generally, because arguably they'll be leaving because it's a shit show. And they feel that it's not worth staying here.
Well, they've lost hope.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But if they lost hope, right? I'm saying that is...
The loss of hope is what? A proof that they don't belong here? I'm not sure.
I didn't say that. No, I never said they don't belong here. I said if they lost hope, right? They should go to another place, because the hope that's needed for this story. But and before I even go there, let me take a step back. It's worth fighting for your country, right? Like, you could be like, well, that's what they're doing, Chezi. My argument would be, like, if you're fighting for your country, at the same time, the thing you want it to turn into is never going to happen. So this country that you're saying you want, and again, this is not all the left, this is not all people. The people I am talking to when I say that are asking for something that I believe is antithetical to what the state is supposed to be. So
the thing that let's say, I don't know how to name, like, the stream that, is looking for, I don't know, extremist religious Zionism, the people behind Ben Gvir, Smotrich, people in Merkaz Ha'av. You're not, like, my very clear notion of, like, the country you want is never going to exist, right? Not because of me, right? Like, because, like, it's impossible. Like, that's there are things that don't happen, and so, like, you're saying, the country you guys want is impossible, and I'll say, the country you guys want is impossible. Maybe Israel and Judah is not such a bad idea, considering how different those things are. But, like, if you really, like, the way I see it, right, is the way that, for instance, Smotrich is conducting himself as the Minister of Treasury, which is irresponsibly, let's say, and
correct,
is not a bug; it's a feature, right? It's the way that
of his understanding.
Yeah, of his understanding, but his understanding and the, like, those notions of, like, they're quite deeply rooted at this point, right? We will fulfill the divine commandment of settling the land in the sort of, like, headstrong, no compromising way,
Mm-hmm.
We'll fight everyone. I've heard the terms like Biden is an enemy, America is an enemy because they're not letting us fight and transfer all the Arabs and get all our land and all of those things, right? Well, you're gonna get the rough end of that, and we saw that in the fall of the temples, right? That's the sort of religious fanaticism that maybe is in our cultural DNA at this point, right? We somehow fall into those spurts of like, now's the time, we're gonna just mow it through and God's gonna be with us, and God's like, all right, I guess you lose again.
Yep.
That's that's the future I see. Now you tell me, is it worth fighting for? As long as I'm able to make a single life better, especially if I can even save a single life, then you would agree with me that it's worth it, right? I need to pursue the highest good that I can perceive, and if it happens to be here, then I need to be here. And if it can't be here, right, and that's a very sad moment when that happens, then it's my obligation to leave, right? That's
Right.
how I see it. But like when you say like that sort of hand waving ways, like, why don't you leave? Like there's a sense in which, like, even when you're saying, oh, I'm making a general claim here, right? The sense of it is like, in the implicit, there's like, it would be great if you just left or started thinking about it differently, right? Because this can't work. You have to either change or leave, right? We can't.
Yes. By the way, not change or leave, change or you will constantly be uncomfortable.
Well, right.
This, by the way, this is true towards the ultra orthodox. This is true towards the shmutrism out there. The same thing. Like, you are living in a thing that's just does not match reality. So just like him saying, having a map of greater Israel, right? Forget like politically, that's also like not what's happening right now. I would say that when you say a sentence like, if I had to leave and that would be a very sad day, right? I can handle sad days in my life. Sometimes my car is broken. Sometimes our whole house can burn down. If I had to leave the land, it's more than just a bad day. It's a fail. Okay?
Look,
it's a fail because it's.
Of course, it's more than a sad day. Come on, don't.
No,
like,
but my
it
point
will
being,
affect the rest of my life, Henry. I don't know what you want me to say.
no,
Of
but
course,
you 1 second. No, but it's not, because if you tell me you're not thinking in 1,000-year timescales, when you say it's going to affect the rest of your life, yes. So your son now, in this case that you had to move, unfortunately, is now going to grow up in America, or now is going to grow up in England. But you're still going to be, let's say, the scientist you are, and he's going to still go to a school where he learns things. And his experience will be different, but he's still drinking milk and drinking water and doing his thing. I would say, for as religiously, if my experience is not in Israel, my experience as a human is diminished spiritually, emotionally. It's more than just that's why it's called aliyah, right? We're ascending to this place. You don't call it aliyah to Switzerland and Yerida from Switzerland.
okay.
So
I hear you when you're saying that, and you hear me when I'm saying what I'm saying. I don't like. Okay, if that's the case, right? Doesn't it behoove you to actually go out and protest against Netanyahu, for instance? Like the insistence that you have. You're saying like leaving the land would be so terrible for me. It would be a complete fail. And I'm saying like, okay, how about for this to stay, we remove the religious aspects from the law of Israel and allow it to happen culturally. You're saying in a weaker way, okay, we can compromise that. You're saying like, no compromise, and I want.
When did I say no compromise?
You're saying in the sense like you're not saying no compromise. I'm sorry.
And I would also say yes, religion should be removed politically from where it is right now, so it can happen naturally. But that's exactly what I want. So I'm fine saying I'm okay having civil marriages because I want and believe more people want to get married through the traditional way. But now politically,
why have you been voting for the parties that are going to do the opposite?
because
Why aren't you voting for marriage?
and I told you this before, because in my estimation, the people on the left, and again, I don't mind voting for someone not on the right, as long as I feel that he's not interested. And I gave you an example of, like, these are these data points for me. The way someone reacts to these phylactery things, that is to me what scares me, because I feel that I could hear someone saying, I want a little less, I
understand. I mean, we've had that discussion.
Okay, but so Gilad,
I'll just say that it still feels like it is still beyond me. It still feels absurd to me that someone being disgusted of phylacteries feels more dangerous to you than someone having a picture of Baruch Goldstein in his house, right? Because in both cases, you could say that, and you said this about Ben Gvir. He will reform. He will become more regal.
No, wait, why does that not matter? I'm saying you could tell me he has that picture in his room. He then removed that picture from his house, and I was hoping he reformed. He didn't. So great, he didn't reform. I'm not interested in him. I want him out of the government. And I just pointed out in the conversation, which is other people in the government realize as well. I don't want him there. He's a bad dude.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, originally, right?
Yes.
The scale of each of those things makes no sense to me.
So
you have someone who, like you say, he removed the picture. This is a man who for years had a picture of a mass murderer in his house, and he's like, well,
he's a horrible dude. But we also have in our government Arab parties, some of them that are okay with terrorism, some of them that have spoken. So there is
to vote for our parties. Like, they were not a part of the discussion.
But there is a political game being played. You can't ignore that. You're right. By the way, my official status is they should all be removed from power. Is that an option for me, Gilad? It's not. So I have to play a certain game, and I need a vote for someone. Was voting for Gilad an option? It wasn't an option. So when you say, like, let's go on a bigger scale of the tefillin, of the phylacteries example, and I don't think this is a red herring. A few weeks ago, the Muslims had their holiday. There was a complete segregated prayer for Muslims and for men and women, as is custom for Muslims. That was fought tooth and nail against prayers by Jews segregated. It won't happen. They got in the middle. They stopped it. They brought down the segregation. If I want to just let you know, and I think you know this, if anyone on the left or any protester tried to pull off a move like that in the Muslim prayer, either he would be killed or get beaten up. Okay? No one said a word. Everything's okay. They could look how beautiful this is. Pictures on the news, right? And by the way, prayer is beautiful. It's segregated. They're playing. I have nothing against the Muslims or their prayer. The news was saying a picture of this. Look how beautiful this is. How much, even during this time of war, we allow for all these Muslims to pray here in Tel Aviv. What an amazing world. Yet we can't offer that to our own people, right? If they had a prayer and the Supreme Court had to be involved, that to me is an indication where there's a disgust. And there's plenty of blame on the religious camp for how they manifest it and how they explain that. But that to me is an example of, I don't want you. I don't want that attitude. I don't want that happening over here. And I'm okay if it happens from LGBTQ or gay or anything you want. And you could identify as any way you want. If you're going to come and tell me that you don't touch women, or you're going to tell me that you don't want to hear women, absolutely not. You identify as a dog? Yes. You want to not hear women sing because it's a 3,000-year-old tradition and it has to do with the whole culture of the country? No. That's too much. That we can't accept. That kind of attitude, I don't want. So if you want someone from the left that has all left agendas, I could take him on as long as he is loving and favorable to Judaism. And he could say, I'm not interested in the Haredim. That's fine. Then locate to me that Judaism you are interested in, and it can't be a slogan of Saving captives is the most important thing. Call Gilad, and you'll realize that you could dig a few layers deep. And there's so much you could talk about. And there's so much that you could even push your own left agendas. But you don't sound that way. I don't hear any leader on the left that sound that way. And until I do, I'm going to vote for someone that at the very least, first of all, many times it has to do with economics and like other things in better years. But now it's more about a fight is, does this remain a Jewish state? And that to me is extremely important. Even though my progressive and let's say liberal sensibilities, yeah, I have to do this and close my nose. And I've already said this in the past, that if I was asked to do it again, knowing what I know about behavior, that I wouldn't have voted for him. And right now, why am I not protesting? Because I think it does nothing. And I think it's the way they protest over here is also disgusting. I can't stand it. It drives me nuts. I don't believe in breaking the law. It doesn't matter, but what about your government officials? They're also bad. It drives me crazy. And how do I vote? Well, I vote. I speak to my clients and I push them to clients that have money to invest in things that are worthwhile in this country. That's how I make the difference. That's how I try to make the difference. And I feel like I could go out there and protest. I could also make sure I speak to my client and he donates a couple million to Be'eri to rebuild it. That to me is the bigger win, because the government's not doing it and they don't know how to allocate that money. And the way I'm going to explain it to this client of mine is with the language I use, which I'm saying this is for the benefit of the people of Israel and unification and working together. And I wish our governments would be able to have these kind of conversations. But when I say, and I'm circling back, I speak secular, my point being is I don't live in a world where I'm sheltered or I don't have no context or I don't know what's going on around me. My attitude is I'm seeing things that you see. I'm speaking to people that you speak to. Yes, of course, there's differences with how we decide to frame the world. But when I'm speaking in that language, when I'm talking that way, I'm speaking to the person that is coming out against the Jew in me. And I don't think you're doing that, and I don't think many people in Israel are doing that. And I've also said this, and I'll say it again. I totally understand why people are doing it that way. So again, even in a conversation that someone would say that to me, Gilad, you introduced me to your friend right now, and your friend is speaking that language. My first attempt would not be to speak in that way. It would first be like take on the blame myself and say, yes, there's a lot of work and responsibility that we need to do as people. And I would argue to the person that's watching this stream, would say like, man, the thing Chezi said over there, I didn't like that. Oh, wait, is Chezi also speaking to Christians and Muslims and Noahites? Maybe that's not the guy that's my problem. Maybe instead of like nitpicking what he's saying, that's definitely someone I want on my coalition to push other things. So like if someone sees me as, let's say, closed-minded, then like who is the open-minded? I go back to Gilad Karib. Okay, great. So you want a Judaism that is based on like completely not tethered anymore to the tradition. So like I don't know what people are also imagining what, let's say, an open-minded right-wing person would look like. I would argue this is what it looks like. But like if I'm still going to maintain being a religious person, and plenty of people, I'm sure you would recognize on, let's say, the right, see me as like a traitor, leftist. The fact that I call Muslims like Arab my brothers, that's all language that they're not interested in hearing. But on the flip side, I would expect my friends on the left not to be insulted by me saying Baruch Hashem. And the lawyer I worked with when I was working as a lawyer, anytime he was like, hey, Chezi, what's up? I'd be like, thank God. He's like, what does God have anything to do with it? So first of all, I understand your sentence. Why do you have to be an asshole and say that? But for him, it was like, why are you even saying that? You're in the land of Israel, okay? So just check yourself for a minute, okay? That's why I said it. Maybe like that kind of set question is like bonkers to me. And that is a point to me. Like that attitude, no bueno.
I have a question. Like you said a lot of things.
I did say a lot of things.
When you say, for instance, when someone around me would say, well, Hashem, someone, let's say, who's not extremely religious, right?
Again, sorry.
Yeah. Someone around me would respond to, how are you, with Baruch Hashem? Someone maybe not that religious, maybe somewhat traditional. Like, I don't think I would do this with someone who's very much within the tradition, because I think it's an asshole move. But someone would say that. I would usually make some joke about it, because around my circles, right, that's not the common response that you would get. Someone says, Baruch Hashem, you're kind of like, that stands out. Would you consider that like offensive?
I wouldn't think it offensive. I would just expect you also to laugh every time you picked up a dollar, because it says in God we trust. How ridiculous is that?
I don't pick up dollars. It's against my.
My point would be like, if it's strange, then it should be consistently strange. If you saw a Buddhist, it should be strange for you. If you saw a Muslim, it should be strange for you. If you saw him playing with his beads, it should be, any religious element like that should be strange to you. And if it's not, then I would ask, why is the one that is your religion strange for you?
Well, the first option is the right one. Everything's strange to me, and that's
sure. I have no problem with that. Then there would be a consistency to that. It's fine. I pointed out though to you earlier that if the news wouldn't publicize, hey, look, segregated prayers for Muslims, I wouldn't care.
So
but they do the opposite.
On that context, like, this doesn't relate to all of your points, but the issue with the segregated prayers was not the issue of any segregated prayers happening. Like, if you want to compare this, right, and this is, I think, where you find the clash and where we don't see it the same, right, is my analogy would tick you off, is I would say, like, if you wanted to have a segregated Muslim prayer with the muazzin, in the middle of Bnei Brak or Nasharim or wherever, right, there would be fights going on, right? There would be protests against it. There would be fights. The Supreme Court would be involved, etc. Right? The context in which this is happening is a context that is already extremely volatile.
That's the problem.
And that's the problem.
People praying in the land is never volatile.
I think there would, Jacob. Like, not even necessarily by the locals, right? The sense of having in Israel a Muslim prayer in a distinctly. I'm reading Jacob's comment that says.
I know, and I would agree with you. I would agree with you, Gilad. I would just ask that. Skip with me for a second to the point where you and I both agree that, like, having a prayer, so to speak, like in the middle of, let's say, secular Tel Aviv, right? The attitude is like, is this the right place for this? And I think there's a difference between Muslims praying in a Jewish space, two different religions, quote unquote, playing in each other's space. One being secular, also being secular, being accepting, liberal, understanding, right? That's built into the name secular. I'm sorry, because in Israel. And then its own nation's religion on the Day of Atonement. So, like, would you agree that ultimately it was a mess up on the quote unquote seculars? They should have just left that alone. Like, the optics of what that looks like, stopping the prayer on the Day of Atonement, like that is also the appropriate time to, like, it just shows how little self-awareness there is, which would be like, even if you wanted to fight this, why would you fight this on the Day of Atonement?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's not that I'm saying you're definitely wrong. Like, because if you're asking optics and things like that, I don't think that's the interesting discussion. Like, because if we're going to discuss strategy and optics and what would gain more, like, that's a whole. I think we agree with me that the principle is what matters more than that, right?
Yes, but the conversation started with you saying, like, because if you said it this way, you would turn off X. And I'm saying that's why the optics, like, even if you're against that, it's just completely misreading the map of, like someone in the room should have said, hey, Gilly, random guy, don't go today. How about tomorrow we'll go, or next week when they're doing a prayer we'll go. Like, the fact that, like, the fact that there's like no sense of self-control or the way to go about fighting these things. And this is true also about on the right, obviously. Like for ultra-Orthodox, and again, this is a group of them that are extreme, but for them to go out and fight police, even they disagree with why the police wants them to join the army, to call them Nukhba terrorists is just insane. It's insane. It's just crazy. And like it's, I don't even have any words like to express myself, which is just like, even if they wanted to fight what they wanted to fight, like you could do it. Just, block the airport, shut the country down, do the same games everyone else is doing. Using the words Nazi or using it's completely insane. So those are two versions that just don't work.
So you've heard, I don't know if I don't remember if I sent you that episode with Avi Sagi discussing the Yom Kippur thing. He compared it to the Gemara about Rabbi Akiva and Rabban Gamliel. About Rabban Gamliel telling Rabbi Akiva, you will come to me on Yom Kippur by your count with your money, against all of, and he was saying, right, like if the religious had respected the Supreme Court as they should, Rabban Gamliel in that story, they would understand, like, this is the analogy, right? And the issue of the religious, like, not actually seeing our institutions, our country, as having any authority, even in the sense, right, that in that Gemara, it's very clear that Akiva was right biblically, right? Like that, or I don't know if biblically is the word, but he was right halakhically. Like he had the right time of when Yom Kippur should be. And yet, he had to do this because this is what the law of the land has dictated. And to me, right, that's how I see that contention acting up, because like you're going against the underlying message, the implied message is your laws don't apply to us, right? And when you say your laws don't apply to us, to a people who are already, first of all, fearing, and second, experiencing, right, the results of coercive religious practices, the result is going to be a clash, right?
But first of all, okay, so I would say there's a concept called Dina de Malchuta Dina, which is like the law of the land sort of gets.
But I, like, if you're saying Dina de Malchuta Dina, then you're separating again, right, and saying that it makes sense for the secular to not be considered Jewish.
No,
right?
no.
Dina de Malchuta Dina is about Jews living outside of the land of Israel.
Yes, historically, but it was also adapted in the land, which is like, okay, you have people, religious people that want to say like, okay, what we only accept divine authority, right, or rabbinical authority. So how am I supposed to actually deal with like this group right now, right? Or let's say even if I know that they're secular, I know that they're working on the Sabbath, like the electric, like how do I deal with that as a religious person? So there's a concept which is yes, adapted from the outside, Dina de Malchuta Dina, which is not that you're looking at the country as secular, but you have to respect the governing body, because ultimately that's how the things play out. And this is also one of the reasons why, even though Jacob disagrees with me, why I think politics is at the very least an option for like being a divine vehicle that one could use, because these are systems that humans have that allow us to sort of interact and do things. So now, it's not foreign to say like, listen, Chezi, this is what the courts decided, right? And you need to take that into consideration, or you need to take that. Or you need to abide by their rules because of Dina de Malchuta Dina, right? That's just like giving me a religious context why I'm doing this. Besides being a law-abiding citizen, I'm being a law-abiding citizen because the supreme law tells me to be a law-abiding citizen. Now, the rub comes into, and we've discussed this in the past, and I disagree with this, right? Okay, secular court is telling me to do X. Who are they? They're no one but Dina Demachuta Dina. I'm gonna listen to what they say. Secular court is telling me to do X, and it's also against my religion. Okay, so at the very least, I would hope what's guiding.
Is it against your religion to do the prayer elsewhere rather than in Dizengoff Center?
No, it's not against my. No, it's
No.
It's,
I mean, like there were a lot of possibilities to do this without
yes,
undermining the Supreme Court's ruling.
Yes, the question then would be, okay, what is the only way I could accept the ruling of the Supreme Court, right? For example, on the left, someone would come and say, why is it okay for me now to block highway, block airport, do illegal work? Because the system is corrupt. And that's why I could push back against it. On the flip side, yeah, you usually need to listen to the Supreme Court unless, and again, I'm taking an extreme takeover here, they've been co-opted by different ideologies, which means they no longer are stemming their authority from anything that I recognize. So I don't care what they say.
Yeah,
because
if that's the claim, then like the dividing lines are clear. But if you're telling me when that's the claim, I'm just making that clear. If that's the claim, then that prayer becomes political, because now it's not about the Day of Atonement. It's about you saying that court is co-opted and I don't care about what they say. If that's what
it could also be that, well, first of all, yes, number one. And that's why I agree with you that could you guys have done this somewhere else? Yes. Now, there's another sense, which is the concept of this idea, which is, one second, if we're at a point, it doesn't matter that we could do it somewhere else. If the Supreme Court values that over this, then there's a bigger problem, because that is the tension, which is like, but if they do this and don't do that, why? It would seem that they're saying no, not because there's other places to do it. They're saying no because they are devaluing what we're doing. And I would argue that, let's say, again, this goes back to the optics. Supreme Court use biblical language, showing them how much you care about this concept, and yet showing them, nevertheless, because of that, it can't be here. But instead, it's don't do this because rule secular 1 says no. Don't talk to me about prayer through rule number -34, because now it's the land of Israel and all the baggage behind there. And this goes back to the conversation that we've had, which is right, like the Supreme Court could first go to its own treasure trove before it decides to jump onto the secular, and that would at least give the religious being like, okay, at least they are toying with the ideas. They did that during the Declaration of Independence. No one's interested in doing that now. And I doubt the word prophet would have even made it inside if it was being done today. It's like,
if it were being done today with this government, come on.
I don't even mean this government. I meant the I would say
the evolution of the people who made that declaration.
No, imagine having "In God We Trust" on our money here. What kind of uprising you would have from people over here being like, no way are we doing that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, right.
Right. So I think it's a problem if we're more secular than America. It's a problem.
And the reason, as I'm saying, is all about what happened since the founding of the state. If you're looking at in contrast with what Jacob is saying, right, that secular Zionists hate and have always hated Judaism. If you're looking at the history of how these tensions have formed and developed, right, that's what I would blame for that. Now, if you ask me, why is it that I would be riled up by having "In God We Trust" on our money? Is it because I hate religion? Is it because I think that all Jews are ill-meaning and want to bring us into a forever war with the whole world? The like that, those are not in my scope at all. The reason is I see the trends of power and manipulation and coercion at play with that. I see what Leibowitz was warning about, that the religion has become corrupted by its connection with power, right? And I'm not saying religion itself has become corrupted. I'm saying that the religious institutions have become corrupted. And I think you would agree with me that the Rabbanut and the ultra orthodox and the coalitional agreed payments and all of those things, the wave from recruitment in the army, like there are a lot of things that go into that. But going back to the laws, having a Jewish basing to their rulings, right? Whenever you reduce the playing field to power and who has more power, then like you have corrupted the ability to do such things, right? I think that there is a lot of reason why you don't want to now start basing, like if I were a judge right now and I had to decide whether to put Jewish context in the rulings that I'm making, I see someone's worried about your blood pressure, Chezi.
What?
In the comments.
I'm okay, Mark.
If I were a judge and I needed to consider that, then I would consider, okay, like, is that setting a precedent? Is this, going towards the, giving now more power to this group over that group? Is that going to be now, like, is the need to respect the law and move your prayer to a different place going to be now dependent on how I phrase my ruling? Like
in that specific case, again, it would be like, unless again, I'm not saying they need, just on that example, I'm not saying that they need to, I'm not saying that they must rule based on Jewish law. And like you're saying right now, like I would expect them to it's a case by case, and yes, they have to take all these things into consideration. My point is that it's not even, to them, it's like, that's nonsense. And my point is like, that nonsense is common law, which is where you get your law from, which is where language comes from. Which, like,
how do you know that it's nonsense to them? Like, are you talking about judge by judge in the Supreme Court and their own like understanding?
I'm talking about the Supreme Justice Alon, who tried to do this and was met with a tremendous amount of pushback in the courts, and for a secular pushback, and many of it which is like, we are trying to be like the rest of the world. And sorry to be biblical, but when God says, when you come to the land and you look around you and you'll give yourself a king like what's around you, assuming they're working well. Now you could be like, what's my barometer? Like peace and order, good. Now you and I agree, like, okay, there's peace and order, but that's because there's public lashing, right? So no, there's peace and order, but we behead the women. No, but so we want to find that balance, right? So I would say like, we want that order if it means that Jews are not praying separately right now on the Day of Atonement. So you're right, being like, but they could have played a different place. You've lost the mark. Now I want to take a step back for a second. I digress for a moment, but it's relevant to what we're discussing. Korach, right, complains to Moses, right? This hierarchy is like nonsense. We're all holy. What is this? All the power is being accumulated by you. And it doesn't end well for him. Now, the sages say, why did he was so wise. Why did he think he could just abolish the hierarchy? And the reason is because the reason they say is because he prophesies, he saw his lineage, and he saw his lineage was eventually Samuel. And Samuel the prophet, who's also a Levite, he does do exactly what Korach wants. After the Israelites lose to the battle to the Philistines, and they're focusing constantly like, the ark is going to save us, the ark is going to save us, the ark is going to save us. He realizes the institutions became corrupt. He doesn't rebuild the tabernacle. He doesn't bring the ark and put it in there. He leaves it by Aminadab's house. He doesn't have people come to the courts, to the Sanhedrin. He goes around the land and personally gives over judgment. And he himself, not the high priests or the priests themselves, he brings offerings. And he realized that there's a time and place for everything. And that's what Korach got wrong. You're right. There are times where power corrupts and hierarchies could become corrupt. And I would argue that the way religion is being manifest in our country has become corrupt. And if that's the case, and that's the reason why I currently agree with separation of church and state, so to speak, or synagogue and state, is because it has become corrupt and it needs a flattening. But only because I want it to return to its flourishing hierarchy, which I believe offers, love and peace and sensibilities and all those things. But I want to be able to say that comfortably with people not feeling like, oh, he's
said that he's like a deer of the left, right? Like, just if you think you can't say that, then I don't think you know the left. If you're going to say, I want to get religion out of the state because the state is ruining religion and religion has become corrupt, you are going to be, applauded by the left. Of course,
yeah.
You can say that.
But Gilad, you and I know, okay, sure, right? But Chezi also means, right? So now your friends are saying, hey, Chezi sounded great, right? That sounded good. We love that idea. But Chezi wants that because he believes it will bring more religion into your life. Are you okay with me saying that line?
Sure. Because, first of all, right, when you tell me, right, that there would be more religion in my life in terms of what I want to have in my life, it won't be enforced on me, it won't be coerced as Correct. It is right now, then, of course, I don't want it, I don't take it. As long as you give me that freedom, why would I be afraid of it? Right? And this is generally on the left. And you could say on most people's part, you would be right to say that they don't imagine that would happen to them, right? They would say, Chezi can believe that I would become more religious, and I know the truth that I won't. And once freedom would be given, then religion, as Jacob says, would go into the corner and die, right? I can believe that. You can believe this. As long as we agree that we can just take it out of the state's power, we would be cooperating greatly. And I don't see why you need to hold that. Even if they're wrong to think that religion will go into the corner and die. And personally, I don't think that would happen. I don't think that has happened. I don't think that secularism is, or even atheism is, the death of religion in a very deep sense. There are a lot of ways to look at it, but even more than that, I would say that people are undoubtedly thirsty for spiritual content in their life.
So right now we're at a point of agreement, right? I agree with you. The question would be, right, again, and you're saying, I would argue, so you and I come and say, okay, Chezi, on that point we agree. And then if they want to think that religion is going to just dwindle and disappear, let them think that. I would argue that if they saw that it wasn't happening, then they would feel the need to be whoa, 1 second. It's happening again. There's more of it. And there's more and I want to be wrong about that, but and this goes back to the tension I have, which is what I hear, right? When people say yes, we want to embrace religion, or yes, we're okay with that. It's not, it feels more like that's what they're hoping for, and less like that's what they're okay happens. And that doesn't mean I don't have to just accept that as a reality, right? I can't tell people.
You think it's not symmetrical, right? Like if you saw religion actually dying out, right? Would you not go, oh, that's not what we wanted? Like we have to change this, even if there's no coercion, right? Like that sense, right? That you're saying like.
But who would I blame?
You would blame. You would. You would blame the communist, atheist.
No, wait, stop. We agreed. What's that? We agreed right now in this new game. We agreed that like we're going to separate the religion. There's not going to be coercion, right? Now you could argue because of that, Chezi, it dwindled, it disappeared, right? There's no hold anymore in society, right? That's the risk I'm taking. I'm putting my money down on the master of the universe, saying like it's going to go the long run. On the flip side, the risk you're taking is you just said, you know what? Don't give me coercion, and I'm fine with it. Now a majority of the country wants to be religious. Does that mean for you, I guess I need to leave right now because this is not the place I wanted? And then that goes back to the first conversation, which is,
first of all, whether I need to leave or not, right?
Not that you need to leave. Maybe you want, like,
whether I want to leave or not. Like, yeah. If you're telling me like the whole country becomes masharim religious, that's not a place for me, right? I don't think that would happen. No, I'm just saying like generally speaking. I'm just saying generally speaking, right? If I live in a place where I feel like a foreigner in a very deep way, right? Then I don't see myself staying there, right? When I say masharim religious, like that's a big problem.
Okay, so Gilad, so that's a good use of words, right? If I feel like a foreigner, right? That's what I'm saying. Like when Shikma Bresser reacts that way to tefillin, she is exposing foreigner, because my point is not foreigner to, I know her dad was born here, I know she likes Israel. Foreigner to the religious aspects of this land. So I would agree with you. The example you gave right now, let's not go to the example of the ultra Orthodox. Let's go to the example, it's all Chezis, right? You might still say it's still too religious to me. It's still too, and then the question is like, okay, so if looking at me makes you feel foreign, then the question goes to like, then if you have more in common than with the Swiss man, then go there, and not because then leave. We hate you. You don't belong here. You don't want to be here. And if the person that wants to be here because his father was here and like the British gave him the land, Israel, the name is just by coincidence. And like, and then yes, you have to start taking into consideration all these other elements that are here. And my point is like, then you should leave. It's not because it's just like there's better weather other places, better views other places, more opportunity for your child in other places. All like in that attitude, you would be ascending, leaving this desert. Okay, so that's and that goes back to being foreign. If someone ends up feeling foreign, if he becomes more religious, then I feel yes, like that's a problem. And I want to know from the secular, what is the most amount of religion they can handle before they feel the foreigner. And like for me, if your skin is like, if on the Day of Atonement it's too much for you, then like your skin is still too thin. Now you need now obviously don't force things down on me. Yes. Oh, that's true. I understand. I know all things I need to do to fix. I just removed all the religion. Tell me now, not Gilad, speaking as the other seculars, what is it okay for me to sort of expect for them to take on as far as like the Jewishness of this country? Or is it like nothing, Chezi? The expectation should be nothing.
Well, it's hard to say when you're asking like what would make a person feel like a foreigner. Right? I think the gist is like if your version of religion is denouncing the core values that their entire like family lineage held, and saying like, nope, right? They were all wrong. The things they fought and died for, meaningless. We got the right answers, and this is what everyone should recognize as the right answers because our journey is longer or whatever. Like, I think that's a lot, right? That's a lot to demand from anyone to sort of accept. If you're saying like, again, there's no level of coercion involved, then what I would reckon happens is that there would be more flexibility, and that there would be more of a variety, right? Like my intuition is that if you're in a state where the playing field is equated, where you can, especially considering that there's also Arab population here, and like there's a sense in which this country has to have some elements that are not only for the Jews, right? Then I actually think that this doesn't have to be like foreign for even people that are complete atheists. If you want me to quantify like how much is too Jewish, I guess I don't know. I mean, maybe you could reframe the question. I just don't know how to approach it.
It's a hard question to answer. I like, you don't like, you have, we've decided, right? Like it's mandatory to learn math in this country, right? Mm-hmm. You're just taking it. You never think about like I'm being forced. You're just looking about like this are the fundamental things that I need to learn.
Sometimes you think about you're being forced.
You're not like a kid in school. I'm just saying we bought into the system, which is like, well, you need to learn how to, like I'm saying your parents, right? They're forcing you to eat. They're putting like, you're like, this is the game I'm playing. Okay. So I would say like, if back in the day we had like everyone's like, I'm thinking of, let's say, old Israel, right? Which is like Ben Gurion was secular. However, he knew vast amounts of the Bible by heart. And when people would study the Bible, they would put like a kippah on their head, right? And the attitude was like, okay, I'm doing something, I'm showing respect to something. Or at the very least, like we know if I go to the Taj Mahal, right, I put on my covering, right? So like I'm participating in something holy. So that would be like a start, which is like bringing back to the schools, at the very least, these ancient texts and studying them. Now,
I think if you want to like a concrete example of that, I think whichever school you brought something like the secular yeshiva's program, you wouldn't get any pushback from the left. Like
wait one second. Whoa. You are telling me right now I wasn't even going to go there.
Let me just specify what I mean, right? Because what that program is you take, Gemaras, Mishnahs, you discuss a topic, right? And I don't think you would resist this in any way, but you discuss this both from how Chazal discussed it, and you bring sources of philosophers discussing this same topic, right?
Yep.
If you wanted to do that, like philosophy lessons in school include sources of Jewish, let's say Toshba or Gemara, whatever, and you come on, Jacob. And you discuss this in the context of how did other philosophers, religions, etc. spoke of this, then that doesn't make you feel foreign. That doesn't make a secular person feel foreign in this. Furthermore, let's say okay, a party, something that I think religious Jews don't understand. if you want to get secular people to sort of reevaluate how they see Jewish texts, what I always do is I tell them the story about Elazar ben Dodaya.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. That's one that, like, most people, even those that know a bit of Gemara, they don't know. They don't know, like, the humor in it. They don't know the sort of right, when he goes to a prostitute and the prostitute farts and says, like, this fart is not coming back into me, that's how you're not going to be accepted back in atonement, right? Like, that sort of comedic genius, let's say, in the, it's kind of like, you can compare it, let's say, to just in terms of the value of that comedy, right? And I know it's not just comedy, like, the whole story is, no Gemara story ever ends in the punchline. It always, like, continues about 5 pages after that, right? But and makes you understand much more. But, like, just the sense of having the ability to relate to those things under your own perspective, that you don't need to now, like, accept this, like, now we're doing, like, this is the only source of authority. Let us get a wider view, right? If you my honest intuition, and, like, I'm not saying this from nowhere, is that most, like, the vast majority of people, of Jews in this land, would be absolutely okay with it. And if you're muted, Chezi.
So I don't share your optimism about, let's say, if you went out and said, and again, I'm not talking about only from the age of 18, right? I would say, like, are you okay having in school these things, like you just said, taught like how many rabbis teach these things, where, like, like going through the philosophical texts and going through the traditional texts and seeing how they work together. Someone reading Rav Soloveitchik, someone reading Leibowitz, looking at all these things. I think you would have a lot more pushback, and the reason is, and this might be controversial. I'm trying to think what example to give. Okay, so I would argue that their parents would be more concerned with their son becoming more observant than it is if he, let's say, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but I'm just saying a different life choice. For example, like, they would be happier if he like became trans, or decided to come out of the closet, than become more observant.
Yeah, and the fear is like founded in reality, right? Like, when I hear of someone, a friend's sibling, or, niece, like, I'm going, like, oh, he's mitchazek. It's like, that's concerning, right? Because a lot of the ways in which people go down that path are not pretty, right?
Maybe that's because they pick an extreme because they're coming from a place that has, like, no context for that. I would argue. For example, someone suddenly discovers some religion, and he wants it, he's hungry, and suddenly he hears a rabbi, you can't do this, and you can't do this, and you can't do this, and you can't do this. And there was never even a version for him, and I'm just using this as an example, but I'm no one, and I'm nothing, and I'm not an authority. Maybe you would have a different experience if he came on, joined Ben's stream with Chezi, and would hear, like, the same Torah, and one where he realized that this talking that way to his mom now is more disrespectful than he was before. And so, right, but the argument is, I would say that there is more room for nuance if I come out and say something about, let's say, if again, less so in Israel, but let's say if like use their own pronoun, or I'm calling out this person, is like, you're not sensitive. That's not a Shiite. That's a Sunni, or that's not an Arab Palestinian. It's like calling me out on the nuances. How many seculars know the difference between mitnagdim and Hasidim and Breslov and the people that are in their own backyard? To know the difference between if you're nervous that he's going to become X, why don't you show him that there's Y?
I mean, yeah, but also, right, like if you're looking just a second before social media, they would have been just as insensitive about everything else. Right? Like people, and definitely about Sunnis and Shiites and.
But I would argue that before social media, there's more unifying, and I would say as including social media and the internet, but also taking on these different ideologies makes your own ideology that you grew up on more foreign, right? So the kippah disappears, and there's no need for me to look at this book from like a respectful perspective, because like these are all narratives, and it becomes more and more amorphic. So like if I'm asking now like a new person today, like
if these texts have value, and they do, that's what I've experienced.
What do you say?
If these texts have value in them,
yeah, right.
And I believe that they do, and you present them not as a source of authority, which is what the seculars are going to always run up against, because that's what secularism is, right? But as a source of beauty and a treasure, then you're going to have a lot more success. And I agree that the elements of these people going to extremes once they find religion are a part of the same problem. And if these sorts of interactions,
thank you for speaking in your native tongue and culture. I appreciate it, Gilad.
Yeah.
So, Gilad, should we start a party?
You want to start a party?
Start a movement?
Should I get the balloons?
Do you know, I used to work for the Likud, sort of, adjacent. For this. All right, so like, I don't know. Lately, I've been feeling like
because seeing how the sausages were made was horrifying.
Horrifying, yes, horrifying. Really, sitting in these rooms in the Knesset where these debates happen was horrifying. But I don't know. Part of me feels like I should either man up or shut up. Sort of. But on the other hand, like, you know, what is manning up looking like? I want to tell myself that, like, you know, these conversations are part of that, but like, you know, what are we doing ultimately at the end of the day? And there's, of course, you know, there's camaraderie and brotherhood and all those things are true things. But do you feel when you're talking to me like, oh, like most of people are like thinking like Chezi, so like I'm hopeful, and on the flip side I'm like, everyone's like really like Gilad, so like there's someone to talk to? Or you feel like, no, like it's not like that. I was fortunate enough to find one of them, but you know, that's that. Like and you don't have to answer this right now, and I don't even know further what the question is. But like,
do you feel like the second about me? Before you move on, do you feel like the latter option is true about me? That most people are not like me?
Well, first of all, I feel most people are good and nice, and those are all true things. I feel like most secular Jews, most secular European Jews are much, I would say, much less rooted in their culture, their religious culture, than you. And I would argue that like a mechina is just like it's a newer phenomenon, relatively speaking. And I don't think it's so like I would argue like, yes, that like most are not like you. However, I do believe that I do believe that most can be, I would want to say, quote unquote, convinced. Like, you're saying right now, having machinat in school, I could see people buying into that. I don't think people agreeing to that right now. I think that's something that they could be bought into, like, with discussion. The question is, like, does it require, let's say, for all intents and purposes, we might have had less or more 10 streams. So does it require 20 hours worth of conversation per individual, per group? Or like, and you could be like, so what if it required a whole month of conversation? That's also fine. It is fine. I wonder, like, again, and this goes back to the beginning of the conversation, which is the optics of it. Like, how do you do something like that? Like, you could be like, oh, like,
I can say how the people that have inspired me have been doing things like that. So I can say about the Orthodox rabbi that came to teach in the secular yeshiva that I was partaking in. Really wonderful person. His name was Leon Vinodal.
Leon what?
Vinodal.
Leon
Vinodal. It's like Vino dash Dao. I don't know what origin it is.
Vinodal. Gotcha. Okay.
So
Harvard Institute. Okay, that makes sense.
He was brilliant, and some of the things that, like, for instance, I would never have managed to enjoy, let's say, nigunim after studying Gemara, right? If not for studying with that person and the true respect and reverence that he showed. And I think, like, that if the way that he went about it, right, the way that he made those connections with, secular people, not on his terms, but on their terms, and managed to bring the richness of his world to, at least my experience, that was inspiring. I think what Avi Sagi is doing is inspiring. Like, he's certainly not secular, right? And he's Shomer Torah and Mitzvot, but the combination, right? His ability to relate between the works of Kierkegaard that he studied for years and his own Jewish faith, and to also be involved in the political realm and calling out the ways in which it's lacking, and the way and all of the the different like you said, calling out, for instance, the real way that the dilemma of hostages was dealt with in the Gemara, in a podcast, in this case with my dad, and that maybe wasn't accepted so well in the realm of very like black and white sound bites, but it's extremely important, right? Presenting it as an undeterminable dilemma. And still, on the next podcast, he was talking about how completely unbearable it is that even if this dilemma is undecidable, right? The fact that their voices are not being heard, and that was long before they started the protests. The fact that these people are being sort of shoved to the corner, in contrast with our history, where I don't remember her name. Some related to Honorad. I don't remember if it was. I think it was his mother. That she came, time and time again to the prime minister's office, and was always treated with respect, in comparison with how the families of the hostages are treated today. And when sorry to run off on that, when Moshe Meron, the founder of the leftist traitors, is given a seat at the Knesset every day just to go out and hold his derogatory signs outside and fight with people, right? Those are, if you're talking about like how I see this playing out positively in the world, those are examples of people that I see doing that. Those two at least.
It's tough because, like, even if we win, whatever that means in this war, and we get them all back, right? Which is, by the way, I think the country is doing a mistake, like not talking like real numbers level. Like, I know there's like a move about like, there's like a number, which doesn't matter if they're dead or alive, but like we should be real with the numbers that we're talking about. I think like it's not fair to the population. I think whatever, that's just like a separate thing.
We should be real, period.
Correct. I know, correct. It also changes the equation. But
I have no argument with you on that end of we should be real, and
right. So
there's never a disagreement on that.
And I just like, we get them back, whoever they are, right? We get them all back. It still just feels like so just like what does even an overhaul look like? We had a stream once, like, the Phoenix Rising or things like that. And I think it goes back to what you just said about, those people that inspired me, like, right, who's inspiring us right now? I'm saying, like, even if we win, like, I think what's inspiring us right now, almost in like a tragic way, is the soldiers, which is just like, wow, these people, like we feel comfortable because, like everyone in the country is willing to do what's necessary besides the leadership, apparently. And that's what makes you feel even worse, because you feel like I have this, like, this magical people that is willing to, like, like fight nonstop, right? Like 9 months, like they're still going back, but we are all aware and they're aware, which is like, there seems to be like no goal. And like, we're just like, well, we're just like, we got to do this. We got to do this. We got to do this. And everyone's like, we got to do it because we got to do it. But like, you're like, okay, like you just said, we're driving down this car and we're just like looking at each other being like, all right, like even if we're driving without, using your analogy, we're driving without brakes. And like, even if we manage to gain enough speed to jump across the valley, right? Like, they're still crashing. There's still like airbag. Like, there's still like, okay, you made it past the valley. Like, you didn't crash down. Like, now what are you doing? Like, there's still no gas and you're still in the desert and you still got to do stuff. So and I understand, like, well, right now the focus is really to make that jump. I get that. And I'm sensitive to that. But I don't know, like, you and I are having this conversation. Do you feel that, like, if possible, would be needed for like everyone in Israel on that side of the divide, quote unquote, to have that conversation with like another counterpart?
I feel that in this current, well, I don't have that much hope. The analogy, by the way, was about myself, just feeling like I don't understand how I'm still running, rather than.
I understand. I'm saying, I'm taking your analogy. We're going to a new place with it now.
I feel like, I know where I come from in terms of like the people around me. Most people are not capable of handling deep, contentious, and real encounter with people that are different from them in real ways. Like, that's a sad.
And we're not so different.
Well, we are different in meaningful ways, right? I don't say that in any insulting way, but we're different.
I agree. I'm just saying, like, and even though we share so much, like in theory,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
we're still.
Yeah. So, like, if you're asking me, right, there aren't a lot of ways I see moving forward. I think that the least unlikely, because I'm not going to say it's likely, but the least unlikely is some form of like uh, lowering the flames, separation, right? Just trying to like for now, like I don't see in this situation atmosphere, I don't see this leading to coming together and forming around something new. I think the best we can hope for is trying to not step on each other's toes for like I don't know, at least 5 years, probably a decade, right? Like if I don't see how like in the large scale these kinds of tensions can be alleviated in the time frame that like we tend to think about.
I mean, well, before I go to that part, so if I understand you correctly, you're saying even if there is the will to have this kind of conversation, right? It's very rare to be able to conduct a conversation like this.
Yeah, and I'm saying like I've invested literally the last few years of my life, right? Just building up the skills to be able to have these conversations. And it's not like I was completely unskilled in that before, but the like let's say Vervaeke's work helped me sort of re uh, rewire some of the ways I've looked at different things, and that sort of led me to trying to be able to understand things that I didn't understand, like how people on the insane right think. And I'm not talking about the right; I'm talking about the insane right of Israel think, and the like there's a lot that goes into that, and I can tell you that most people just like I think it's an extremely tall order, and most people are too busy and won't have like the resources and the capabilities to actually get to that place.
So the second thing I was going to say then is because you're basically saying like everyone needs to go to their corner for a few years. Uh,
Yeah, I think like even in myself, I can say like if I hadn't had my corner, if I hadn't had my bubble to develop in, then I wouldn't have had enough confidence, enough of a spine, enough of a faith in my own uh, mental integrity to endeavor to do these things. Right? Like that. Like when a conversation when I was a teenager, a conversation with someone, a classmate that was unlike me was always a threat. Right? I couldn't let myself understand how it is that they are who they are and that they're so different from me, because like there has to be one way to perceive the world and I have to be right. Like that's teenager sort of mentality. You're very focused on identity. And I think in the macro scale, this is what we have like on the bigger level. Like we need to form who we are first of all. Like it's gonna be an opposition, but like that's a natural process. And when we are well founded in that, not threatened by each other, then dialogue can happen and cooperation can happen and true mutual or and reciprocal nourishment can happen.
So, I've mentioned this. I've heard someone else use it before, where they said they were speaking to someone and they were TLCing, as in they were being very TLC, which meant like in the context, he meant like, good faith, steel man, all those stuff to allow yourself to, let's say, have a conversation like this. And I would think that maybe, like you said, there's going to the corners. I think we need to be enchanted, sort of, again. And I think this also has to do with leadership. Like, I think if we could find someone or see something that's inspiring, that I believe like is unifying. Like, maybe you'll agree with me. There was a very horrible uh, um, event, which was when these 3 captives tried to escape. We ended up killing them. And the mother and the father, but the mother has become more, let's say, recognized, reached out to the soldiers that did this and basically told them, like, they shouldn't for a second, like, no one's mad at them and it's not their fault. And I think for the country, it was sort of like a relief in a certain sense to see that, which was like, to see someone like that manage to do that for us, or at least for me, that was like, I need to know that exists. Because like, I want that to be, someone could do that. And then you see someone do that. And that gives you a certain, like you said, like, you're the rabbi that inspired you, that got you to think about, I know that's like at a different level, but like seeing that. So I think, a leader that would be able to speak in a language like that is inspiring, that manages to sort of speak about the common denominator. I think like that is a route potentially. And I go back to sort of our conversation, which is, do you think, and it doesn't have to be ours, but like, you could think of like, do you think a model like this could be inspiring for other people? Which is like, you're saying, listen, like many people can't have this conversation, but people could see a conversation like this. People could enjoy a conversation like this. And then it could be like, listen, well, Gilad and Chezi, you guys are the wrong people for this, to have this kind of conversation. It needs to be like, a more articulate version of Chezi, a smarter version of Chezi, a person that, doesn't talk nonsense. I don't know, like whatever, forget me. But like, do you see this kind of conversation? Do your friends and people in the chat could chime along? And this is, we're not looking for praise, but do you guys see this as inspiring? And by that, I mean like 2 people from different sides of the aisle, so to speak, trying to talk to understand themselves? Or is it just interesting, just like a reaction video of Lord of the Rings is interesting?
I would say that, considering the desperate state of the situation, I sort of put my energy, and there isn't a lot of it, into having such conversations. I have real faith in the meaningful, how meaningful true dialogue is, and that faith is regardless of its I wouldn't say regardless, but it's not dependent on its observable additional value, let's say. Right? I don't know. I don't know whether what is it that gets people to listen conversations, to better conversations. I know I can tell you, and I've told you about things that definitely put me off from listening. Like, I think this probably Jacob would agree with, like, that it's not like the more conversations we have, the better. It's not a matter of quantity. It's not like, and when you send me Shirky in the Daniel Dushi podcast, right? For me, it's like that's a guy who is in no way, like, he's claiming to sort of represent the leftist liberal, and it's like appalling, right? The level of spinelessness that he's presenting, and whatever, whether he's starstruck or whatever other reason, right? I can't watch that and go like, he challenged him. Well, I would say similar things. The conversation became interesting. It's just like, you let someone on and spew whatever, like you would let Stalin, spew his own propaganda just as well as anyone else's. Like, anyone who has a bit of crowd speaking skills would just get you to nod along. Like, that's not the kind of conversations that move us forward. But yeah, I don't know how, let's say, early Jordan Peterson got it to work, right? To have actual, or how Joe Rogan, for that matter, gets it to work, like to have people listen to hours long podcasts with. I don't listen to Joe Rogan, but I've understood that at least a large part of it is actual content, right, and has some depth.
Well, it goes back to the long form, which is you can't maintain a mask for so long on long form, and that's why, like, a conversation that we had over here, I would just say, what you see on the media in the world, but specifically also in Israel with regards to our context right now. It's like we're talking about the most fundamental, like, you're literally talking about, like, okay, what should we do up north? What should we do up south? Should we do a deal about the hostages? We have 5 minutes to talk about this. It's insanity. It's insanity. and having
and it's even more insane that, like, they have a 24-hour news cycle, more or less, and still they chunk it up into 5-minute bite sizes and that just repeat themselves in cliches. Right? It's not like they're lacking in time to have an in-depth conversation. They're just never going to have it. That's the insane thing to me. Like, the news has literally, spread out to cover almost all of the time, and they don't have, like, they're not dedicating it to actually talk about anything, just to, have these bite-sized, bullshit sections where they say absolutely nothing of substance.
And if it worse, it's damaging. It creates a larger rift between the people. Like, I'm just saying, it's we don't leave the conversation more inspired.
I'm afraid I'm good at that. Right?
When was the last time you were in the beach, Gilad?
It's been a while since I've been to the beach.
You a beach guy? Do you like the beach?
I like the beach, but not the sea. I mean, I like being.
What's left in the sand?
I don't swim. I love the sea. What I'm trying to say, I don't swim. I love the sea. I love being around the sea and listening to it, but I don't swim. And I hate, like, Israeli sand. It gets everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah, I'm just saying, when's the last time? I know it's tough, and you could be like, when it was in music. When's the last time you just, like, had an awesome time?
Last show on my band, with my band that played.
Yeah, do you feel like there was a flow?
Yeah, it's
Nice.
rare, like, even in a show, but it was a good show. That was really awesome.
I'm happy to know that happened. I don't want to think of you just walking around sad all day, doing your equations, work. Um,
Look, it's I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, right? Like it's a really rough time, and
yeah,
yeah, mm, it's mostly rough because like there you always need to keep going. I mean, you know it much better, like you have because you have kids, but even without having kids, it's just like there are too many things and too many people that rely on me doing the best that I can and doing well enough, let's say. And like when you're running on fumes for so long and you just like, okay, but I can't stop because everything I care about is always hanging on the balance, right? Then
that's
it's
why we
rough.
have Shabbos, Gilad.
Yeah, I mean, Shabbos has its own meaning for me. Like, I don't treat it as like I don't work on Shabbos, um, and uh, and I think that's definitely something that I cherish and value, and it's not like, and it definitely helps.
I'll share something. So I love Shabbos. I love the Shabbos Queen, and I get like very sad also when Shabbos leaves because it really it and it's I guess by design also it's very much like I am in a different world when Shabbos comes, and I get sad when I know uh, Shabbos is leaving because I know reality is setting in. But it's also where I get to like you just said like running on gas. It's get where I get to like you just said, people are depending on you, and all those things are true. And like you want to come home and you want to have a smile on your face, and your son wants to read a comic, and you want to do the voices, right? And like it's like your wife is also telling you that like guess what, like a missile just fell like next to like grandma's house, but like I'm also in the middle of like doing the voices, so you have to like make sure that's staying. But Friday night in the prayer service and Shabbat day, and this is not like a pitch for praying. I'm just explaining my experience, which is that's when I get to sort of let loose. And like when I hear the prayer, so Jacob, cover your ears. But when I hear the prayer for the country and I hear the prayer that we say for the soldiers, right? And we pray that God gives them like them wisdom that they'll make the right, and obviously that God's protecting all the soldiers wherever they are and the captives. Yeah, every week. And my son knows to like look at me. I'm always crying every week. I'm like, I don't walk around during the week crying. But that's when I could let loose, and that's let loose. That's when I could let my guard down, so to speak, and that's where I could just be in a space where, like, I love being in prayer with my Father in heaven, so to speak, but with my Father, and I get to express a tremendous amount of love and a tremendous amount of not disappointment, but sort of disappointment in myself and the scenario that we're in, and cry because I feel that. Because it's worth crying about. Like you said, it's very hard right now what's going on, and it's also a release in a certain sense. But I don't want to be crying for the last 9 months, every week. And every week I think to myself, like, maybe I won't. But then, like, when you're just alone and there's nothing else and there's no distractions, and for a moment when you're reading those words about like the soldiers and you're reading the words about like the captives, you can't help but just like what a horrible scenario that obviously that we're in. And when you say these words, I hope God gives, this is the same God I'm fighting for, quote unquote, with you, Gilad, about, and I'm begging that he gives, wisdom to a Ben-Gvir, right? Make sure he just shuts up and doesn't cause more damage. And then it's framing not to like make him have an epiphany that he'll just suddenly become like a good dude, but just like cause less damage. And when you ask me about like, do I go out into the streets? I don't go out to the streets. I pray. I ask. I hope. And again, I explained how in other ways, donating money and helping and things like that. But my relationship with God is not and I don't think you're thinking about this. It's not like, oh, I hope that, Gilad prays in the morning, and I hope that like more people do mitzvahs. Like, yes, that's like, there's a narrative out there which I want, like the betterment of the world, but I want him giving me the same things I believe that you want, which is I want peace and I want tranquility and I want there to be love between brothers and siblings and sisters and think what we're focusing on right now, which is like the war and the divide. Think how much trauma Israeli children have right now, and think how much trauma there's between relationships and husbands and wives, and all these secondary and third levels of devastation that we're not even like, who, it would be reckless to talk about them, right? Like,
No,
but do we not think?
I certainly think about those things. The friend told me, like, it's with kids. There could be, I don't know, domestic violence or whatever, and the kids are just like, it just happened. Like, the situation just happened. Like, if the kid's young enough, they don't think about it too much. And then, like, 40 years later, like, we're gonna face the aftermath of this for many years to come, in terms of that sort of trauma, national trauma.
So the only way is to we say in every generation we have to see ourselves as if we, right, were freed from Egypt. And some rabbis even say one should embody that, right? Like when they're reading the Passover Haggadah, right, the Seder, one should actually walk around the house and they get dressed as if they're Egyptians, and they want to really fully act that out. And there you're talking about like a trauma that we used to then create a nation. And when we spoke about the Phoenix Rising, I hope that is the the silver lining that comes out of this. That we come out with better leaders, and we come out as a nation that could take this trauma and turn it into like the sturdiest foundations in the world. Because if not,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying because if not, it's then it's like you're saying, because then you're just you're a sure into just years of trauma and trauma and trauma. And I think like the only way to circumvent that is to like push through it.
Well, I don't think we ever circumvented it. I think 40 years in the desert were a part of that process, right? Like,
yes, but if you look at, let's say, Holocaust, that's this, and there could be many reasons why this is bad, but like Holocaust turning into like a people, into a nation, into a thing, where like I think it behooves us to turn this into, what I want it to be is Zionism 2.0, which I hope is a place where like also Jacob and you both see that as like something true. It would be horrible if it turned into sadness, to nothing, to death, to devastation, and that's where we are right now. And like
so I'll also try to end on a hopeful note. Friend from Ukraine sent me this. I found it quite an inspiring quote, not like quite an inspiring phrase that now I'm quoting. She said, "The future is dark, but you follow the sparks of light that you see, and when enough sparks of light get together, then you can see a bit further ahead." Yeah.
Yes, and on those notes, Gilad, thank you again for spending the time. Thank you for cultivating the skills over years to finally have these kind of conversations. No, it helps me grow. It helps me see myself better. It helps me see my people better, my nations better. And I hope I'm not seen in any way of like a beyond rebuke. And I appreciate it, and I cherish it. And I don't know. I hope we'll have again many, many, many more years of conversation in this land, in this country. I try to remain optimistic, but I appreciate you spending the time, brother.
You too, Chezi. Good night.
Take care. Good night.
You too.
Oh, man. If anyone wants to join for a few minutes, they are welcome to. Young God. First of all, Young God is out of control, but I'm glad he's here. This guy's out of control. Yeah, they're legit. They're real people, and after so many thousands of years, they're onto something. I would argue that ultimately we cross paths with the Chinese at some point. But yeah, I'm not sending any shade their way. Also, another comment. Hello, and hello. 1 second. First of all, Yacobi Mugatu. I'm proud of you for I know that was difficult too, not to jump on. You helped, unless you were doing homework. And then
No, it wasn't difficult not to jump on. I didn't jump on because I know Gilad just doesn't he the conversation. For me, when I jump on or jump in, I really think I'm clarifying between the two of you, because frankly, it seems to me that last week, Yon God actually said, it's you guys, you two are on a recorder.
That's actually good. I'm glad you said that, because that's what I was going to reference from Young God, and then you could take that on. But I want to just explain why this was actually something I wanted to mention over here. First of all, Young God, if it is a recording broken record, check yourself. Why are you watching? Why are you coming back for reruns? Number one. Number two. Okay, it's like listening to a broken record. So I would just say that I'm and Gilad alluded to this, I'm against pointless conversations, which you might say this is one of them. Yes, we want to have generative conversations. However, I think a topic like this, which is, I think, quite dense on multiple levels, requires time to unpack. And this is also why I was saying, this is more rare. I don't have, these kind of conversations don't happen in Israel.
There's a reason, Chezi. It's been 80 years.
Wait, 1 second. Before you go there, I just don't think it's a broken record. I think it will be a broken record if it went nowhere. I would argue, just from me having these conversations with him, it's been beneficial to me. So and as far as people watching it, you can look at it as a broken record. I think that there's more clarification. Right now, for example, I think this is, and I think I needed also last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever that is, to get even to this place right now.
Chezi, I hope you will eventually come to no longer say a bracha on Hallel on Yom Ha'atzmaut and stop seeing the state of Israel as Reshit Smichat Geulatenu. Because look, I think it's a broken record, because you are dealing with a contradiction, and both of you.
Are you a broken record?
What?
Are you a broken record?
Yes, I am a broken record of what the Rebbe said 30 years ago, and what the Satmar Rebbe said 40 years ago, and what Judaism has been teaching for thousands of years.
As
because
David said,
I plagiarize everything I have to say.
I desperately am looking and trying to hear a new song. You could call that new leadership. And this is very much part of the conversation in the TLC. I would argue, again, for a religious person, a Jewish person, the TLC to me is a new space, a new song, right? And right now, I would say, why am I having this conversation with Gilad here and not on national television in Israel. But like, this is where the conversation for me is happening with someone like this. But he lives in Israel. I found him through your server, right? Yoav, what is he doing here?
Okay, like the Khatam Sofer said, Chadash Asur Min Torah, right? But as Rabbi Molot says, Shir Lashem Shir Chadash, right? But for a believing Jew, that Chidush has to be like Chodesh. It has to be the cycle of the moon. It cannot be a Chadash of Yesh Ma'ayin. And that's what I think the problem is, that when people are trying to make a Yesh Ma'ayin, we have no capacity to create Yesh Ma'ayin.
Yesh Ma'ayin, to anyone listening to us, means like
Ex nihilo. Yeah.
Okay, and I would say, to explain, I was arguing about having a new song, and Jacob is saying like we can't just make up new songs, referencing, I think you'll correct me if I'm wrong, as in, let's say, the argument about Zionism. Well, secularism would be like, it's obviously the wrong song, so it's not even relevant as far as you're concerned. And Zionism would be a false new song, and obviously it doesn't work because like you're talking about like it's the notes are wrong, the bands are wrong, it's not working.
Right.
And
look, I think what would have been much better would be if you and Gilad had gone to a Farbrengen, or if you go to a Farbrengen for Gimel Tammuz, or you invite him over for dinner Friday night, because ultimately the problem has to do with the fact that Gilad doesn't feel at home with Judaism. Of course, he doesn't feel at home with Judaism.
I would argue. I would argue.
His religion is Zionism, which is a different religion from Judaism.
I know, but
how come you still talking the same talk then?
What?
I mean, why were you having the same conversation? You've had it a number of times.
Well, I would say that, first of all, Sandy, I hope you're doing well. I would say that
I am cleaning my room.
Good.
Following Jordan Peterson, exactly. We're seeing
Right now, it's like disaster mound.
Because I think the conversation really only like crescendoed 2 weeks ago, and I think this is a continuation of the conversation. But and to be honest, Sandy, every week there's like a new element to the puzzle, just like politically on the ground, right? Like it's just something new unfolds. The Houthis do some nonsense. There's always something happening that you're like, well, I need to think about this. I need to think about that, which keeps it live. I also think Gilad and I, and this would be a lovely to have, it so doesn't matter that we talk about the music we like right now. And I was honestly asking about him being in the flow and like, because I want to know that he's having a good time. But I know I could talk to him about those stuff. Great. We think that game is great and it's amazing. Like, I haven't even dug into the fact that he is like, he's like a real scientist. He's like he's doing like science magic. Like, we haven't even spoken about that. And that's because
you guys could be good friends. You just get arguing.
I'm sorry?
You like him. You could be good friends. You should invite him for dinner and other stuff. You just happen to be arguing still because you haven't finished it.
Correct. And because the argument is really about like, I guess I am talking to his soul, like Jacob talks about it, but like it's a bigger question. And Yongan talks about over here. Did I not manage to convince him? Like, I don't think Yongan about me convincing Jacob. The gap is much smaller than you think, as far as like what I'm trying to convince Jacob about. And that's why like him calling me like a heretic is like so not a big deal because of how small the gap actually is. And with Gilad, well, I'm in the same land with him, right? He is a 40-minute drive from me. The gap is much, much wider. And that's the problem. And like he was alluding to some of that right now, and I think I pressed him on this, but yeah, there's a gap over there, and that's also what makes me sad because. And Young got also mentioned this about like I'm stuck in a between a rock and a hard spot, but I don't know, and because Jacob would look at, and I say this only in jest, but like I think you'll understand what I'm saying. This when like I'm a watered down version, so to speak, of let's say the Judaism that he wants, right? Chezi has these crazy ideas, and he like right like there's only like a few things that give me like my saving grace, where he's like, no, I know he's still legit, but like barely, right? So like, and that is too much for Gilad. Right, so like
Right.
that's
because Chezi, you can't make a pshara like that, and that's the word I used 2 weeks ago, which means a compromise, right? There is an idea some people have that you can make a religious compromise, and you can't make a religious compromise. That doesn't work.
I don't call it a compromise.
Well, if you were doing what some people do, which is make compromises, like I wouldn't even talk to you. You like the people who are actually compromising, like the kumbaya types. I can't stand that, and I don't stand that. I know this. I know you are seriously where you are. At the same time, I think you are just holding on really, really deeply to this false messiah you have.
Who?
Zionism.
But I don't. But I agree that it fails.
Okay, so it failed. So stop saying Rashid Smichat Galotenu.
But it is not.
But it's saying, not. But that's
Jacob,
the problem. It's not.
Be with me. 1 second. Be with me a little more for a second. In our Pirkei Avot class that we gave, we ended it right now with saying, why does it end with Hashem Melech L'Olam Va'ed? And why not Hashem Melech L'Olam Va'ed? And I said that our sages say that because this is a process. It's not over yet. His glory has not. It's the Rashit. It's the beginning. Now you could be like, well, Chezi, then call Genesis the Rashit, right? Of that whole arc, and I could be with you, right? Like we're always moving. So I would say like if Genesis is one data point, the Exodus, Babylon, destruction of the temple, right? So these are all. You can even say that October 7th is another point. I'm hoping that it is a point where we can move forward to something new. But I still look at Zionism as that vessel that allows us to move forward.
But it's not.
Okay.
It's not. It is me'akev smichat geulateinu.
That is our big divide, right? Because I definitely don't think
because you are stuck on a false messiah.
Well, I'm not stuck on it. Because I'm fine with it changing. Like,
wait, are you?
1 second. What would it look like for you, right? For there to be like, because you're saying Akev means I'm stalling, right? How do I get out of the way? And you've already said like we're at this point, it clearly wouldn't be all Jews leave the land, right? So what am I doing?
I would just stop saying a bracha on halal. Rabbi, I'm not. I hope I'm not extreme. I follow the Chabad line, and frankly, everybody is constantly saying Chabad is too Zionist or not Zionist enough, right? Which maybe, I mean, it's not a perfect thing, but no, you don't say halal on what you call it. You have to realize that I can support the Jews who live in Eretz Israel, and I do, right? Without thinking of Medinat Israel as something, a religious entity. It has no religious chashivut. It has no place in our liturgy. It has no
Jacob.
place. An Israeli flag has no place inside of a synagogue.
Jacob, 1 second. Do you, because I'm only asking this because I know your answer, but doesn't Maimonides say that Christianity and Islam have religious significance?
Sure. Well,
So
hold on. Yes, you are absolutely right. I am as opposed to an Israeli flag inside my synagogue as I am to a crucifix inside my synagogue. It's the same thing.
Sure,
it's
great.
The exact same thing.
So do you think Maimonides, who was okay including Islam and Christianity as path makers, do you think he would include the state of Israel as a path maker?
You're changing the subject.
I'm not.
Of course, I believe everything, including the Holocaust, was something which will lead to the coming of the Mashiach. But I don't celebrate the Holocaust any more than I celebrate Yom HaAtzamot or the declaration of or the Israeli flag.
What is Zion? Does it actually show up somewhere?
Yeah, Sion, the word Sion shows up in the Bible. It's the land around Jerusalem. But
sometimes also referenced as in Jerusalem has 70 names. One of its names is also Sion. It's also the land of Zion.
Secular Zionists don't believe in religious community.
Secular Zionists don't believe in religious community.
Gilad doesn't think of himself as a stepping point towards the Messiah.
That is for sure, yes.
And you're telling him he is.
Yeah, that's not.
I'm specifically telling them also in the context of like how one looks at the land politically and ramifications from that. And like, if you don't believe that, then like sort of what extremes you'd go for the land and how you would treat the land. So that's why it matters specifically in that context. But there's also,
it will matter to you and to people who are following a religious trail to get from there to the end. You're following God, and if what I understand of God is true, and even God is following God, whether he knows it or not, because God has a way that he works in and through everyone. But you're still not going to be able to show him that pamphlet and say, hey, look, we're on the same plan, we're on the same journey, because he's not going to see that. What he needs to see is it from however it is that God's taking him through.
And that's why I tried to stress to him, I think I stressed, which is like, I don't think like he's damned. I don't think like his, like, it's all good.
You know how hard I had to resist typing in you sound like a Calvinist?
When I say I don't think you're damned, I don't think like I sound like a Calvinist. Maybe, I don't know.
Couple of points.
Well, that was part of my point at the beginning, asking you, why aren't you worried about his soul?
But Jacob, and then I clarify, it's not that I don't worry about his soul as in I don't see him burning, Jacob. That's because that's not the relationship I have with Hashem. I think of Tinokim Shanishbaim. I think of the context he's in. I think about what he has learned.
Because he's a pretty nice guy, and secular Zionism has not done as much of a job as it tried to do on his soul.
And having lived among Calvinists for 40 years, I'm going to say, if you're saying it's fine because I'm not worried about his soul burning, that's why you sound like a Calvinist. What about right now? His soul, watching his face, I was worried about him. Like, seriously, today, right now, his heart and soul are breaking.
And hence I asked, do you go to the beach? When's the last time you had a flow? Did he enjoy music? Because I do want to see that. I see that he's not getting that from the country. He's not going to get that from like religious fervor of the country. I'm hoping that the conversations him and I are having potentially are.
What if you get outside the conversation and do like Jacob suggested and say, let's go somewhere. Let's just lay this aside for a date. Let's just go and live and have a good time.
You're 100% right. Unfortunately, and this is just reality, then that turns into like a different life hierarchy decision, right? Which is like I am now spending time, which is, and I gladly do, like I'm eating up from, let's say, work time, sleep time, cuddle time, and I'm doing this, and it's important. Driving, going, doing is a whole nother level. And I said you're completely right. I do need to have him over for a Shabbat, but that's not so like I could like get under his skin and prove a point just because that's what humans do, and I want to be friendly to him, and I would love to have him over. But
Well,
the
that would
reason
be
I
the
said
one.
about his soul thing was more to show him that like my vision isn't that like, oh, little Gilad, like little does he know, like or if he doesn't do this, like he's gonna be in hell. Like, I'm not here to scare him. And I don't think he's damned. Do I worry for his soul at the level like that Jacob's talking about, which is I think there's a right path? Of course, yes. I worry for everyone's soul. I want us all to be oriented properly. I want to just mention this over here. I don't know if this is true. Maybe Jacob would agree. Oh, Chezi, Gilad is depressed because he can't reach you, just like you can't reach him. Except while you, Chezi, have a unshakable faith, Gilad is more sensitive to earthly troubles. Yes. So as I'm reading that, I don't know if
No, he's not wrong.
I wouldn't say Gilad is depressed. He's sad. And he's sad because he's slowly coming to the realization that in fact, and this is what he was saying to you, Chezi, that in fact, I mean, I'm sorry, but the conclusion is correct that a secular Zionist needs to realize that their hopes and dreams were wrong and move on.
when you say move on, that's when I say then leave the country. That's what I'm saying. And it's not. I understand you can say it's being offensive, but like move on means like get with the program of the land, and then we could discuss the details. Or but like
Chezi, it's yeah, you are right that secular Zionists needs to realize that secular Zionism died with the Soviet Empire. And that is why they're moving out of Eretz Israel. And that is the conflict that Gilad has. And I feel for him. But, I mean, coddling, the idea is that, I'm sorry, secular Zionism is even more ridiculous than religious Zionism.
I agree, I agree.
Thank you, Matthew. Secular Zionism is an oxymoron, but that's what Zionism has been since the beginning.
Zion is the Holy Land. It's secular Holy Landism.
Yeah, it's secular Jewish nationism. Like, what are you talking about? And that's why I asked at the very beginning, what makes you think that some German Marxist, just because he's descended from Jews, has more in common with a Mizrahi Jew than a Muslim Arab? Like, how are these two things
Historically, or you're saying since, like, are you talking about in the last 100 years?
Look, when my family started moving to Eretz Israel, all the secular Zionists treated them like Arabs because their worldview is one of I'm sorry, if you're an actual secular Zionist, you're either a racist or you have some weird ideological belief in what makes a Jew.
Racism.
But both of those, what?
Racism.
That too. Yeah. Look, like how does somebody who actually like in modern day, how does somebody say there's such a thing as a secular Israeli? Like, what does that even mean?
I agree, and hence I said phylacteries cannot be coercion in Israel, right? Like I'm saying, it can't be an offense because it's I mean, two things. First of all, to
Rabbi,
young
if
God.
you want to jump on, you can jump on.
First of all,
Rabbi.
for sure, young God. A lot of talk. You're welcome to jump on. Number two, yes, I think he gave me the land, and we exiled because we transgressed and we messed up. We also exiled, and the temple was destroyed, like I mentioned in the stream here before. It's an 8th-day creation in a 7th-day world. We're not ready for it yet. We're not there yet, and I would say, like, the state of
And
Israel
Gilad
right
made
now,
a great point about the destruction of the Second Temple,
which was, you'll remind
which
me,
was if you try to force the coming of the Geulah, you're going to end up getting
agreed.
the stick.
Agreed, and that's why I believe in the interpretation that when we say we don't have to dive into this, it's just a point that the temple comes, will be built. I see it being as a joint effort, right? It can't just come from us forcing it. I also don't see it being as something that falls from the sky, right? We need to be wanting it, and it's reciprocal. However, we're not there yet. So to young God, yes, it's ours. We were exiled. We are its stewards, and it would behoove us to treat it respectfully, which of course includes the people of the land living there, our relationship with Ishmael, our brothers. And that tension, I believe, from a religious perspective, is what we're seeing right now. And anyone looking at this just from a geopolitical lens, I think is being silly. But we're thinking about different timescales. And I don't even remember the other thing I wanted to say. No, the destruction has to do with the kind of fragmentation we're witnessing here. What Rabbi Malad is referring to is that the Talmud tells us that there were multiple different sects, right? We had the Sadducees and the Essenes and the Pharisees, and even there was different versions of the Pharisees. Even at that time, some of the Pharisees themselves called out their own Pharisees for how they were acting. So yes, there was a tremendous amount of self Jew hating. There's a famous story of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, mistaken identity, which the story is there to symbolize the unnecessary rift and hate and the callousness of the rabbis. And even before the temple was destroyed, there's Talmud verses that talk about how prophecy stopped and the Shekhinah has left. So we were not being good boys, and I hope slowly but surely we could learn to speak that language again, and hopefully we could do so with our Christian brothers and sisters as well, and all of us could call out to God's name in one accord. But that takes work, and I would argue it takes conversation that sometimes seems repetitive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the Talmud said the temple was destroyed because of Sinat Chanim, baseless hatred.
Sinat Chinam.
What
Hinam, sorry.
Rabbi Malad is talking about here, which I referenced the rabbi's callousness, is because famously the story is when this individual is being embarrassed, there were rabbis in the area and they said nothing. However, Rabbi Malad is mentioning over here that is a misread, and if that's the case, I stand corrected.
Look, I don't think anybody in the Kamsa Bar Kamsa story comes out smelling like a rose. The
caterer, his food was amazing. Everyone knew that caterer. The cook to die for. Okay.
But look, I mean, we have to talk. We have to be able to discuss these things, and I try very much. Yeah, Bar Kamsa was clearly a psycho.
Rabbi Malad, calling him a psycho is othering and not inclusive, and that's the kind of language.
Right, but okay.
Yeah, but the rabbis
arguing about Kamsa and Bar Kamsa isn't going to help much. The maskana here is everybody should go to a Gimel Tammuz for Brennan, at least one, and Chezi should invite Gilad over for Friday night dinner, and Chezi should stop saying Rashid Smechat Gelotenu and Halal on Yom HaAtzamot.
By the way, so that's where we were. So okay, so your moves are Just saying, if anyone wants to learn over here, we're learning deep Torah secrets over here. The only name was Zechariah ben Avikulus, and blameworthy among the rabbis. So first of all, so I guess there was one rabbi. He overpowered the other rabbis, which implies that they did not agree with him. Okay. So one should be careful if they blame the rabbis. With one of them, they were overpowered. Thank you, Rabbi, for the clarification. I mean that honestly. I did not know that. I need to write this down.
Well, maybe the majority of rabbis should have been a little stronger and not allowed him to overpower them.
The food was too good.
The food was too good. Yeah.
So I stopped saying that specific prayer, right?
Yeah.
Am I allowed to still pray for the safety of the soldiers? I'm assuming.
Of course.
Good. So no more for the prayer for the country.
No more Reshit Smichat Gelatenu.
Okay, yeah.
And no more. At least don't say a bracha on.
Okay, no saying God's name during during Hallel services. Okay. Now, in your mind, if all of Israel decided to do that, all the religious people in Israel, observant people in Israel decided to do that, that would be one step forward towards.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's pretend all these people, right, come and say, now that we've abolished the rabbinate and we removed. Yeah,
I'm not paskening. I'm not paskening, Rabbi. If you think this is something I came up with from myself, as we sit here on the eve of Gimel Tammuz, if you think this is my personal opinion, then I'm advocating.
We are participating in an exercise. Okay, so I stopped saying those things. The people in Israel stopped saying those stuff. Because we removed the rabbinate and these connections between synagogue and state, right? Suddenly we see, which I'm hopeful for, more people want to be affiliated, more people want to have these things done through the traditional means, right? And comes a leader like the Yanuka, and everyone's like, this guy's amazing. He's that guy, he's the guy in charge. We like him. You're going to be in charge right now, okay? And now you would say we're on the right track, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you think the best way to assist? Now, I'm assuming we still need some sort of politics, some political body, right? And wise rabbis would get involved.
So I think once those hurdles are overcome, it'll be a lot easier for you to just realize that the government in Israel is a colonial state of the United States, and that as a colony of the United States, like Puerto Rico, we like the people in Israel have to realize that their government is exactly like the government of Puerto Rico.
Okay, so
it's a protectorate of the United States.
Now, since the Yanuka promoted me, as the resident Levite, of the old city, I hang out over there now, and I reach out to you and I'm like, Jacob, you're the dude, you got the keys, you're in charge, right? So I'm with you, this American nonsense. We can't have with them telling us what to do. What is this coalition you're building? What does it look like? You're in charge right now. Forget the Americans. Goodbye.
Let me answer Rabbi Mullah just quickly. It's an opinion you're parroting. I'm not just parroting it. But not one Chezi must follow, correct. Not one he must follow. One which I would hope he will follow. And there's no such thing as a responsible posek. No, there has not been a single responsible posek in the history of the Jewish people who has said that you should say Hallel with a bracha on Yom HaAtzmaut.
Because if I mention anyone, you would just say he's not responsible.
Name me somebody actually respectable that I would have difficulty saying he's not respectable. Because there are definitely rabbis who have the amount of respect, right? For example, the Nazir did not say a bracha on Hallel. Rav Ovadia Yosef said you're not allowed to stay inside of a synagogue where people are saying halal with a bracha on Yom HaAtzmaut. Rav Ovadia Yosef said you're not allowed to stay in the synagogue while they do it, right? Yes, Yom HaAtzmaut is pejorative. My mouth is not holy, and I didn't come up with Yom HaAtzmaut.
So
Much holier people did. And the argument is not academic because I'm hoping to hopefully have some influence on my good friend Chezi here, so he's not mechalol sham shamayim every year on schedule.
So Rav Goren, Rav Kook.
Rav Kook decided. Oh, really? Rav Kook.
Rav Yehuda. His son. So I'm saying I'm saying Rabbi Moller sends of you. Yes, there's strong shoulders to rely on.
Really? Does I genuinely have to ask. I don't know what the answer is. Does Rav Shirky say halal with a bracha? With a bracha?
For sure.
You're sure about this?
Yeah, he said Hallel after the Iran attack. He didn't say
No. With a bracha.
With on Yom HaAtzmaut? On Yom HaAtzmaut, for sure.
For sure?
I would gladly send you a whole video of him explaining why.
I would be very interested.
We can watch it together.
Very interested in seeing his explanation. Because if I remember correctly, there was a thing with Mordechai Eliyahu, but ultimately he said you shouldn't say the bracha. Because he was like for sure. Mordechai Eliyahu, I think, was for saying Hallel, and that was already something that he got a lot of flack for. But I don't think Mordechai Eliyahu to say it with a bracha.
For sure, Key. I'm going to answer Yangon's question too, but I want to just end this little part with, and then I got to go. It's 1:00. Ramola said about having a pshara, a compromise, right? So, as we know, some people say your fringes, your tzitzit, they must be tucked inside. You cannot show them. Showing them is horrible. On the flip side, you have people saying they must be shown. Hiding them is horrible. And then there's people that walk around tying it, but it's not a big deal. You know the terminology people say that you're going to, the amount of yohara you have doing this, so people wrap it around.
I have explained to you why it's so different with saying the bracha, because when you say there's not even a safek brachot lahakel, you are dismissing every rabbi, and that's why the Nazir.
Almost every rabbi.
That's why Rav Soloveitchik. That's why plenty of people who were for saying Hallel and for even like themselves.
Wait, why
say the bracha? Would not say the bracha.
Why say Hallel?
Look.
I'm just saying
that's a disagreement. Chezi, that's a disagreement you can have. I don't say Hallel, but that's a disagreement you can have and still be within Klal Yisrael. But once you are once you are poresh min hatzibur by saying that the rabbis who say not to say a bracha don't even count as a safek of a halacha, then what am I supposed to say to that?
You are definitely allowed to have a strong opinion, and I'm looking forward for us reviewing together Rav Shirky's opinion of how he does it.
I am genuinely.
I mean, I know his answer, but I want to do it together.
Okay, because I genuinely have not seen, and I've looked. I have not seen a serious person who fails to at the end say safek brachot la'akel.
We're going to go through that together.
Okay.
And you're going to see at the end, you're going to raise an Israeli flag. No. Okay. Now, with regards to Young God over here.
See, I even got Rabbi Mullet to say that's a good point.
Right. When you said my good friend Chezi, he said that's a good point, Jacob. He is a good friend. No, he's referring to your point. 1,000 years perspective, and assuming Israel lasts 1,000 years, which Muslim sect is more dangerous, Shia, Sunni, can't say both are more equal. Okay. So I'll answer you not specifically talking about the Shiite or the Sunni, because if you're talking about in 1,000 years from now, I'm interested, like Rav Shirky, not in an interfaith dialogue, but telling the Muslims what Judaism thinks of them and how Judaism thinks they should see them. They are a daughter religion, and they stem from our religion. And this, I know I'm going to sound like very condescending right now, but that's the conversation that I'm interested in having with them, which is my religion could, specifically also because you don't say that Muhammad was a greater prophet than Moses. You say you still maintain the fact that Moses was the greatest prophet, and because your Quran, or at least your original versions of interpretation of it, recognize and speak about the Torah and who it was given to. So as long as we could have that kind of dialogue, then you could have your prophet Muhammad, and he could be related to you. That doesn't contradict my religion. In fact, it only bolsters my religion. And that's all good. And that's why I could have a great conversation and a great love and admiration and companionship and brothership with Ishmael, my brother, as long as he recognizes who Isaac is and what our position is and what our role is. And I'm speaking to him not as Islam, Arabs around the world. I'm talking to the religious component out there. And because you say Shia and Sunni, that's a religious component. And I would say that would be my relationship and conversation with them. So if people are not interested in doing that, and they still have the mindset of Dar el Harab and Dar el Islam, then yes, we can play together. But if you're willing to drop that theology, which some Muslim clerics claim to, and believe that is also in a more authentic reading of their religion, then there's room for dialogue. So I hope that answers your question, young God. Not to give you a hard time, Chezi, but I have questions. Rabbi Milad, ask away. Well, I am going to go to bed in a minute, but you could ask me a question right now, and then I'll gladly answer more questions. But just as a note, if it's about this topic, Rav Shirky has, he's right now is taking it to like a whole new level of speaking out to the Muslim world, reaching out to the Muslim world, going there to meetings. So he's really pushing this hard. If Muslims control the Holy Land and they allow Jews to rebuild the temple, would this be hypothetically acceptable? They control the land. I don't know what that means, that they control the land. But I would say that's not really acceptable. I would want to frame it differently, which is a house of prayer for all nations. When we're talking about control, we're talking about this language of power. Jews and Judaism is not, or the Hebrews are not looking to control anyone. We are the chimney cleaners. We are here to make sure that the conversation and connection between the divine and humanity is done in the best way possible. That is offered to everyone in the world, and the individuals, as Maimonides say, can reach the highest heights and surpass the high priest. As a collective, as a nation, we are the chimney cleaners, which means we are very dirty, which means there's a lot of death, which means there's a lot of heartache. But that is a responsibility we take on, because we are very much interested in calling out God's name in one voice. Too lengthy for a discussion now, so Rabbi Milot, let's definitely have a discussion. I would love to do that. It means Israel loses. It becomes Palestine, and Jews are still allowed to rebuild the temple. Islam is slowly getting corrupted like everything else. Time affects all things. Are you telling me, like, well, if we go all the way back in near near Hebron, there is an old mosque that they unearthed. And in it, and you're talking about like old school Islam, beginning of Islam, there is a writing over there on the wall. I can't remember if there's a picture of the dome of the rock or not, but it's referencing it and it calls it Beit El Migdas, right? Now, no Muslim would tell you that today because that was buried and we can't talk about that anymore, but they worshipped it as Solomon's temple. They had curtains around the source stone, the Even Ashtiyah, the foundation stone, and there was a different relationship. And what happened in I'm forgetting the name of the place with the interaction that Muhammad had with Jews, and the whole anti-Semitic narrative that comes from that. There are interpretations that don't have to go down that line. So I'm just not buying into a narrative, young God, which is like we'll lose. That's just not. That doesn't seem to be the case. And ultimately, our ways are not God's ways, and our thoughts are not God's thoughts. But I would argue, and we don't have to say the state of Israel, but the survival of the Jewish people is testament enough for the biblical narrative and God's words. That includes the highs and the lows. All right, Yacobi Mugatu. Anything else to share? Say?
I this stream has taken up way too much of my time today.
Well,
Firstly, you've been on for like an hour.
I've been listening for way too long.
Nah, I can't. That's
And
on you.
Have I been on for a whole hour? I don't think.
You know who's been listening for 1,000 years? This guy right over here, young God,
who's
born
Young God?
into the StreamYard. Is he a bot? No, he's not a bot because we've seen him. We've seen him. Okay,
Have I seen
Sandy,
Young God?
closing words?
Yeah. Closing words. Oh, follow God. Please follow God. Be His people. Don't worry about the land. That's what God
Kirk, any last thoughts?
is.
Well, to my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a tradition in Talmud which says that if every Jew observes Shabbat for 2 Shabbats, the Messiah will come. So invite Gilad to Friday night. Get
Chain
started.
him to the radiator.
Right. Observe this. Okay.
Make sure he's not Mechalel Shabbat the whole 26 hours in any way.
Kirk, I think that's there more to symbolize, and that goes back to like when I say it's going to be a miracle when we build the temple, because when all the people of Israel want to build the temple, that is a miracle, right? So if everyone keeps the Sabbath, for that to happen, then the world has been fixed because you've created this agreement with all these people, built in a Talmud where it's all about them disagreeing, right? So if we could have that kind of unity, what a day it would be. Okay. All right, guys.
Have a good evening. Does the temple come before you've got all of the non-Jews gathered up and minding their P's and Q's so they can be the people you're the priests too?
I hope you all join us next week or in 2 weeks when we take on Maimonides' Perek Chelek.
Perek Chelek, Shmona Parakim.
No, he wants to do Perek Chelek instead.
Oh, Perek Chelek's pretty short. You can do that in a couple of weeks.
What's
But it's just like, it's a little more dense as far as like the topics.
Yeah, but I tell the allegory he gives at the beginning over and over again. I'm really glad you're doing Perek Chelek, but I mean, you should be able to finish in a couple of weeks. You'll see.
What does Perek Chelek mean for English speakers?
Chapter 10 of Sanhedrin.
Talking about the secret stuff.
The very secret stuff. Yes.
The spicy stuff. Shoe sizes.
Very, very secret stuff. Just the 13, where we get the 13 principles of Jewish faith. The secret stuff.
May challenge Rambam and Chelek may challenge some of the views I've heard people say on the stream. Yeah, that very, very well might be the case. Rabbi Mylot, and you got my number. Feel free to reach out. Catch you guys on the flip.
And Jacob, tomorrow you're gonna do a stream for Gimel Tammuz.
Yes, but yeah, I'm just gonna go over a Sicha.
Is it open access?
I'm just gonna do the Sicha. I'm not gonna have people.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye.